The fourth round of the 2021 DTRA UK Flat Track Nationals sees the championship return to the Adrian Flux Arena in Kings Lynn in Norfolk. Normally home of the Kings Lynn Stars Speedway team, the 342-metre Shale Oval will play host to almost 60 races across the course of this cloudy but dry day. In the pro category, Toby Hales starting as the favourites, joint championship leader following a titanic battle with Gary Birtwistle at Amman Valley in Wales in the previous round, but Gary unfortunately is out injured today, so Hales will start as the clear favourites. His main challengers will include the fast-starting Rob Meir, Jordan Miller, highly rated young gun Jack Bell and leading lady Leah Toklov. Plus challengers across all the other classes, leading to a very entertaining day of racing indeed, from motorcycles of all shapes, sizes and ages, in the championship sponsored by Indian Motorcycles. Good to see the hooligan class back in action here today with their very noisy and powerful machines. And everything from the youth juniors right up to the vintage bikes will provide a superb amount of entertainment for a sizable crowd here at Kings Lynn today in round 4 of the DTRA UK Flat Track Nationals. Once again, a very good morning, ladies and gents. Welcome to round 4 of the 2021 Indian Motorcycle DTRA UK Flat Track Nationals here at the Adrian Flux Arena, Kings Lynn. And the first race coming out onto track then. Round 1, Heat 1 for the rookie category. In pole position for this one will be number 34, that is Richard Wilshire. Alongside him, treble 3 of Gavin Lee. And completing the front row, number 149, Chris Pugh. He could be one of the favourites here. On the middle row, 240, that's Rob Casson. We should see 212, which is Dan Green, yet to pick up any points this year. 110 is next, that's D Hardwick, and number 911, Johnny James. Third row, 327, which is Nigel Coleman. 144, Rupert Farnsworth, yes, he's there. 61, Albert Wilshire. 811 will be out there, that's Steph Oakes. I think she switched classes though, so Steph won't be out in the rookies. And 229, Rob Kirkland completing the lineup. Here we go then with heats number 1. Off they go, the green light comes on. A good start by Richard Wilshire on the 34. Nigel Coleman, a quick start as well up the outside, slots into third behind Chris Pugh on bike 149. But it's Richard Wilshire who leads the opening lap of the day on the 34. Chris Pugh making a move up the inside. They're side by side through turns 3 and 4. 149, Chris Pugh takes the lead ahead of Wilshire. Third is Nigel Coleman. 229 in fourth place has come through nicely. Rob Kirkland from the back. They've broken clear of Johnny James in 5th place on the 911. Gavin Lee is next on triple 3. The first quartets have broken away. Richard Wilshire under fire from Nigel Coleman for 2nd place. He goes through. 4th place is Kirkland on 229, but it's Chris Pugh, as I expected, out in front. Johnny James 5th. 212 in 6th place. That is Dan Green, chased by the treble 3 of Gavin Lee, so there's a place been made there for 6th. We settled in then with Chris Pugh in the lead. Don't forget 6 laps for the heats today. Here comes Kirkland up the outside, elbow to elbow with Richard Wilshire, and Wilshire goes down into turn 1. Johnny James avoids it, the yellow flag is out down there, so that's disaster for Richard Wilshire. No problem for Chris Pugh, he's out in front on the 149. Coleman 2nd. Richard Wilshire out of the race on bike 34, he's on the infield. The yellow flag is about to go out on the start line, the yellow flag with the black cross for last lap for Chris Pugh. He's got a nice lead over the 327 of Nigel Coleman. Would he be caught here by Rob Kirkland though? He had a few problems with his machine in the previous round at Amman Valley. Rob Kirkland, he's run wide there coming off turn 4. They're not quite going to catch the tail of the field. Richard Wilshire has got going again, a lap down on the 34. It's going to be a win for Chris Pugh. The checkered flag is in sight for him. Here he comes, our first winner of the day. It's Chris Pugh on 149. 2nd for 327, Nigel Coleman. 3rd, 229, Rob Kirkland. 4th is 911 of Johnny James. And they're well clear of the rest. Here comes the rest of the Result confirmed as read out then. Chris Pugh, your winner. Heat number 2 for the rookies coming out next then. On the front row, 269, which is Peter Kimber. 96 will be on the front row, that's Paul Monks. 207, which is Stuart Cope. 971, which is Jake Packham. Second row, 233, which is Guy Horner. 728, Jesse Moore, second in the points coming into this round. 59 will be on row 2, that's Phil Hunt. And 171, that is Hugo Wilson. I don't know if Hugo's here though, I didn't see him out in practice. On the back row, 271, Gareth Ashman. 227, which is, that's Emily Moore. 234, which is Matt Smith. 94, Norm Johnson. 714, Rowan Hawkey, aka Hawkeye. I don't think 171 is there, so we're missing Hugo Wilson. Jesse Moore should be the favourite here in the yellow and black leathers on the inside of the second row on his Aprilia. 269 on pole, that's Peter Kimber alongside Paul Monks in the turquoise colours there. Taking their time to line up here. 94, Norm Joss at the back, see him in the vintage category as well. Gareth Ashman on the yellow Suzuki there, 271. Watch out for Guy Horner as well, he was quick at Amman Valley. Okay, watch for the lights. Race 2 gets underway. Rookies round 1, heat 2, and a good start by Peter Kimber, good start by 971 and Jake Packham as well. Into that first turn, Jesse Moore's there on the inside in third place, but it is Peter Kimber, number 269, who has the early lead. Guy Horner in fourth on the 233. They start to settle themselves in. The first lap completed with Kimber in the lead. Packham in second. Jesse Moore third, then it's Horner. It's like Gareth Ashman possibly up into fifth on the Suzuki. Yes, the 271 there in fifth just runs a bit wide through turns 1 and 2. All away cleanly, Norm Joss at the back on number 94. It's Peter Kimber out front on 269. Jesse Moore going to the outside, he won't get through there. Jake Packham moves the block in. 227, Emily Moore under fire from Hawkeye, number 714. Around the outside there off at turn 2, that's the battle for 6th position. Who's going to get the 15 points from this one? It's looking good for Peter Kimber on the 269. Missed the last couple of rounds, he completed in round 1 here at Kings Lynn, scoring 8 points. Currently down in 18th in the championship. Battle is on towards the back there. Paul Monks on the back of 207, Stuart Cope. Couple of laps to go now. Jesse Moore is up into second place ahead of Jake Packham, but has he run out of time? Cat car race leader. Guy Horner still fourth. A good scrap going on for 5th place. Gareth Ashman heads that at the moment. The last lap flag about to go out for 269, Peter Kimber. Is Jesse Moore going to have time to catch him? I don't think he is. Emily Moore having a go at Hawkeye, who's got round the outside there up in 2.6, and a bit of a wiggle on there for 271, Gareth Ashman. Hawkeye could catch him for 5th place. Jesse Moore trying his hardest, but he's not going to get there for the victory. A flag-to-flag win for Peter Kimber. Second goes to Jesse Moore on 728. Third is 971, Jake Packham. Fourth, 233 of Guy Horner, who's going to be 5th. Gareth Ashman on 271. Hawkeye is 6th, Emily Moore 7th. 234 crosses the line in 8th place, that's Matt Smith. 9th is 207, Stuart Cope. 10th, number 59, Phil Hunt. 11th for 96, which is Paul Monks. And 12th, 94, Norman Joss. Race 2 completed then, and Peter Kimber picks up what I think is his first race win of the season. It's on to heat number 3 of round 1 for the rookies. On the front row, 178, Carrie Burgess. I think she's actually on bike 135 today, just to confuse us. 720 will be alongside her, that's Jane Sherwood. And 115, Mark Barton. In his familiar green and white colours there, he could be in with a chance here. The second row, 663, Ian Fisher, who I think is once again riding in 3 different classes today. 160 will be alongside him, that's Daniel Newlove. 585, Danny Williams, or as I call him, Dennis the Menace in his familiar red and black stripes. 82 completes the second row. That's Luke Potter. Now he and James Woodruff were the class of the field at Amman Valley, but Luke Potter unfortunately fell on the first turn of the final. Could he make up for it here today? The back row, we should have one of the Northovers. Yes, that's Johnny Northover, 786. 661, Chris Slater, I don't think is there. 909 is there though, James Woodruff. 108 and 127 complete the lineup. 108 Annalie North, 127, which is Dave Lambert. A couple of riders missing from the rookie entry today. We don't have Chris Slater, we don't have Hugo Wilson. Some quick riders in this split of the entry. Away they go. Mark Barton gets away well. Down to the first turn, chased by Danny Williams on the 585, trying to get around the outside. But watch for Woodruff and Luke Potter coming through. Looks like Potter up into third place, side by side for the lead as they come into turns 3 and 4. Danny Williams takes the lead around the outside. Luke Potter, number 8, up into third. We've got a faller at turn 3. I'll try and identify that in a moment. And the race is going to be stopped. The race is stopped. We have a faller on turn 3. And that will be a full restart. Full restart over 6 laps. Who's gone down there? Faller there, 720 of Jane Sherwood, I believe. Hope she's okay. So the race stopped there by our steward of the meeting, Nick Richardson. Accompanying timekeeper James Toclove in race control today. And the bikes return to the grid, ready for a full restart. The medic's just checking on Jane Sherwood up there. We hope she's all right. Nasty tumble there. So there'll be a space, I think, on the front row for the resumption of this one. But some quick riders out in this one. 909 of James Woodruff has had 2 round wins so far. He was the absolute class of the field at Amman Valley in Wales in round 3. Took the win here in round 1 as well. The second round went to Kevin Kennedy up at Greenfield in Lincolnshire. Of course, he's now graduated early, if you like, to the intermediate class. We'll see him out later on. 82 of Luke Potter. Led into the first turn at Amman Valley in the final and promptly fell, unfortunately. So looking to make up for lost points here. He's down in 16th in the points. Here comes Luke Potter. He and James Woodruff, 909, should be the ones to watch in this one. Along with Mark Barton, 115 on his KTM. Okay, ready to resume racing here at the Adrian Flux Arena, then off they go. It's a start by Daniel Newlove, great start by Luke Potter down the outside, but it's Mark Barton, 115, who'll lead the way into the first turn. Potter in second place, Danny Williams giving chase in third on bike 585. Nice to get around the outside there. It's Mark Barton, 115 in the green crash helmet, who leads the way. Potter in second, Williams is third, side by side before. Already coming through is James Woodruff, gets ahead of Daniel Newlove. There's a collision up there, and running out wide, that's Williams and Potter. There was a collision there going into turn 1. We nearly had a banger racing style follow in there. I don't think it was intentional. So Mark Barton's got the lead. That's allowed 909 James Woodruff through into second place. Daniel Newlove is up to third on the 160. Williams fights back around the outside. Potter is in 5th position. Then 127 Dave Lambert in 6th place. Change for the lead down the back straight there. Yes, Luke Potter, James Woodruff, has got through. Away he goes in front as expected. 585 Danny Williams attacking for second place. Luke Potter trying to fight back on the inside of Daniel Newlove. Williams has got through for second. Then it's Dave Lambert. Another Lambert who's made his name here at Kings Lynn over the years. Collision there, 82. Luke Potter runs Daniel Newlove out wide. The other Lambert, of course, Robert Lambert, now a star in the Speedway Grand Prix Series. James Woodruff, the points leader coming into this round, leads the way. Run by Danny Williams, keeping pace to him. He's only 22nd in the points. This will net him 12 points towards qualifying for the final, but it's going to be 15 for James Woodruff. I don't think he's going to quite catch the back markers here. Here they come towards the checkered flag. 909 James Woodruff takes the win ahead of a closing 5.85 Danny Williams. Third, 1.15 Mark Barton. Fourth is Luke Potter. Fifth, Daniel Newlove. Sixth is Dave Lambert. Seventh goes to Johnny Northover. Eighth is 6.63, that's Ian Fisher. Ninth place is going to be number 135. 178 rather, Carrie Burgess. Rider with two numbers, and Annalie North completes the finishers on 108. Well, James Woodruff was the favourite for victory there, but Danny Williams was closing fast there towards the end. We now move on to the mini bikes. It's the modified category up first. And their points leader is Freddie Trotz Jr. on 253. 2 round wins for him, one here at Kings Lynn and one at Amman Valley. Neil McQueen won round 2 at Greenfield, but he's not out this weekend. Let's have a look at the grid then. 775, Kevin Kennedy will be in pole position alongside 103, which is Rudy Mello, and number 15, Glenn Elliott. Second row, treble 3 of Gavin Lee. Number 13, Gary Inman. 253, Freddie Trott Jr. and 64, which is Jeremy Skip. Third row, number 34, Richard Wilshire. We've already seen him in the rookies. 36, which is one of the many Banks family racing, Joe Banks on 36, racing in the pros as well today. 421 is Jamie Kimber, and 101 John Dyer completes the grid. He's on the number 73 bike there, and he's racing under number 101. Here we go then with the modified mini bikes. Off they go to super getaway by Gary Inman, number 13, flies into the lead from the second row. Side by side in the first, that looks like Trott going around the outside on the 253. Yes, Freddie Trott has taken the lead down the back straight, racing in the intermediate class today as well. It's the points leader who goes to the front ahead of Gary Inman. Third is Jamie Kimber and Jeremy Skip in fourth. They've been the big four at the top of the points so far this year. Could see Glenn Elliott up there in fifth, but loses out to Kevin Kennedy through turn 1 around the outside. Out in front it is Freddie Trott Jr. on the 253. Gary Inman giving chase, appeared in the Thunder Bikes and the vintage category as well this season. Glenn Elliott side by side with Kevin Kennedy there into turn 1, that's for 5th place, chased by number 34, that's Richard Wilshire. These the modified mini bikes. We'll see the stock mini bikes out next. Freddie Trott Jr. pulls away in 253. Gary Inman going with him next. Jamie Kimber had a great day at Amman Valley, including a heat win. She's there in 3rd place. Second in the points, a pair of runner-up placings at Amman Valley and Greenfield. 4th behind her is Jeremy Skip, number 64. He's had a 3rd and 2 4ths so far this year. 3 wide there, look at this coming off the turn. Joe Banks going to the outside on John Dyer. And Elliott dropping back on the 15 towards the rear of the field. A battle at the back between Rudy Mello and Gavin Lee. Last lap flag about to go out for Freddie Trott on the 253. Gary Inman going with him. Jamie Kimber under fire from Skip. They're being caught as well by Kevin Kennedy. And it's John Dyer topping the next trio. Skip challenging for 3rd down the back straight, but it's going to be a win for the 253. Freddie Trott Jr. starting as he means to go on. He takes the win. Second goes to Gary Inman, who's going to be 3rd. Jeremy Skip round the outside. It's a photo finish. I think Jamie Kimber just got there ahead of Jeremy Skip and Kevin Kennedy. 6th is John Dyer. 7th, Joe Banks. 8th, number 34, Richard Wilshire. 9th is Glenn Elliott on the 15. 10th, treble 3, Gavin Lee. 11th, 103, Rudy Mello. Who got the 3rd then? 421 confirmed as 3rd there, a photo finish with Jeremy Skip. But it's Freddie Trott Jr. who takes the win on number 253. Now on to the mini bike stock category. 6-lap heat for them. Let's have a look at the grid. 105, Sam Neville dominated the round at Amman Valley. Starts on the front row. Alongside 186, Stuart Robson. I don't think that's the ex-Speedway rider of the same name. 108, also there on the front row. That's Annalie North. We've already seen her out in the rookie category. And 115, which is Mark Barton, likewise. Second row, 197, Wag Scott. Alongside 663, yeah, that man again, Ian Fisher. 144, That is Dean Hancock's. Not sure if Dean is here, I didn't see him in practice. And number 36, that's Lizzie Banks. Third row, 8-11, which is Steph Oakes. 124 is Darren Legg. Yes, he's there. 909, that's James Woodruff. Already seen him out in the rookies, of course. The rest of the grid further back, we've got the number 14 I can see there. They're underway. Not time to go through the rest of them. Number 14, Max Inman, second in the points coming into this round. Very busy there into the first turn. Looks like Wag Scott has got the advantage. 186 of Stuart Robson going for the outside. Very busy indeed. Look at them all down the back straight. Sam Neville in the red and white there in the middle for about fourth place. Now who's going to be leading as they come through for the first lap? It's Robson on the 186. Second is number 36, which is Lizzie Banks. In fact, that's Joe Banks on the 36, I apologise. He's going to go for the lead as they go into turn 3. Joe Banks side by side with the 186. There's so many members of the Banks family race in these events, it's easy to mix them up. It is Joe out there in the lead. They start to sort themselves out. Sam Neville's come through in a fourth place. Wag Scott is fifth. Then it's James Woodruff in sixth place. Some very quick riders in this race. Here they come through turns 3 and 4. Rob Nichols, 808, dropping to the rear of the field. It's Joe Banks, Robson, and side by side with him is Max Inman, number 14. Missed the round at Amman Valley. He's up in a second place, needs to make up the lost points here. Sam Neville fourth, and it's Woodruff. Looks like 271 Gareth Ashman possibly in sixth place there. Pick that up in a moment. No, it's not, it's Steph Oakes, 811, I apologise. 197 Wag Scott is next, then it's Mark Barton, then Darren Legg, then Ian Fisher, Annalie North, then the 114, which is Simeon Anderson. It's looking good here for Joe Banks, number 36. Leading the points coming into this round, he's on his last lap now. He can hold off Max Inman, leading by 4 points over Inman in the championship. Look how low Max Inman gets over the back of his bike there down the straight. It's almost long track speedway style. I don't think it's going to work on the final turn. It's going to be a win for Joe Banks ahead of Max Inman. Third place will go to James Woodruff. Robson is fourth, Neville fifth, sixth is Steph Oakes, seventh place Wag Scott just pips Mark Barton on the line, then Darren Legg, Ian Fisher, Annalie North, 114 Simeon Anderson, Rob Nichols, and finally number 22, which is Rob Cooling. Didn't even get to read out everybody's name. There were so many riders in that one. Got there in the end though. So did Joe Banks, holding off Max Inman to take the win. Joe Banks leading the championship despite not having won a round this year. Matt Bainbridge won round 1, Senna Summers round 2, and Sam Neville won round 3. He scored a maximum of 3 heat wins and the final at Amman Valley, defeating Joe Banks each time. He's third in the championship, Sam Neville, behind Banks and Max Inman, who was second in rounds 1 and 2. Missed Amman Valley. Next up, after a bit of track watering, get ready to be thunderstruck. The Thunderbike class, combined with the Twins category, will be out next. First heats for the Thunderbikes on track then. On the front row of the grid, 240 Rob Casson and number 12 of Tim Newbrook. 66 James O'Hara had a good day in Wales. He's on the second row along with Daniel Newlove, number 160. 40 is Kai Forte, and number 99 Peter Wilkinson on Anthony Brown's bike for this meeting. Third row of the grid, we've got 911 Johnny James is down there. 13 Gary Inman and 143 James Smith. Inman could be one to watch here. Also number 111 Wesley Agius as well, making his first appearance in the Thunderbikes this season as away they go down towards the first turn. Good start by James O'Hara coming through, trying to come through from the second row, but I reckon Inman and Smith are going to be the two to watch here, along with Wesley Agius. We've seen him in the pro category this season, going from the back of the field. Coming through to complete the first lap, it is Smith and Agius who have gone to the front. Kai Forte at number 40 in third place. 240 Rob Casson dropping to the back, I think, there. As they start to fight it out at the front of the field. James Smith and Wesley Agius starting to battle for the lead. Agius around the outside has taken it up. They've gone clear of James O'Hara in third. Then Tim Newbrook on the number 12. Daniel Newlove, number 160, trying to come through as well. But it's Agius who has got the lead ahead of Smith in second. James O'Hara still in third place. Over the line go the leaders. Yes, O'Hara still there in third place.
And the battle for fourth headed by Gary Inman on the green machine, number 13. 99/47, Peter Wilkinson at the back. With Kai Forte out of the race, he'll be picking up some points here in the twins category. There you go, a lap down here, Peter Wilkinson, chasing the 240 there of Rob Casson. Wesley Agius into his final lap. James Smith giving chase. They are way clear of James O'Brien. The battle is on for fourth. Daniel Newlove has got ahead of Gary Inman. Then Johnny James and Tim Newbrook, who led off the line. Second flag is out. Agius wins it. Second goes to 143 of James Smith. Third is 66 of James O'Hara. Coming through for fourth, it's going to be Daniel Newlove topping the battle with Gary Inman in fifth. Sixth goes to 911 JJ, Johnny James. Seventh is Tim Newbrook. Eighth place will go to a lapped number 240, Rob Casson. Ninth is Peter Wilkinson. I think Kai Forte did get going again just as the last few crossed the line there. Is that classed as a finish? Or? Kai Forte not classified as a finisher there, his bike letting him down. The other half of the Thunderbike and Twin entry out next then, and on pole position for this one will be the winner from Amman Valley, number 42, Tom Clemens. Alongside him, 147, Gareth Williamson. And completing the front row, number 77, which is Steve Newsham. So Steve Newsham, number 77, a late addition to my entry list. The second row, number 18 of John Bell. Third in the points at the moment, 75, Paul Young. Looking to possibly take the lead of the twins category today. And 134, Chris Jenner, the Thunderbike points leader. 131 is Gareth Howes. And 811, completing the entry, is Steph Oakes. Doubling up with the mini bikes. She switched from the rookies today into the Thunderbikes. Chris Jenner should be one to watch here from the second row. John Bell on his Yamaha as well, number 18. And Tom Clemens, away they go. Gareth Williamson hasn't got away in 147. He goes onto the centre. Into the lead goes Tom Clemens on number 42 as they thunder their way into the back straights. Gareth Williamson trying to get going down there. Loving the skeleton race suit there for Gareth. Tom Clemens leads it, then Paul Young up into second, the leader of the twins. He's the only twin category entry in this Heat 2 of round 1. Williamson's got going a lap down. Here comes Paul Young having a look on the inside at turn 3, but it's Clemens who leads. Third is Chris Jenner, fourth John Bell. Fifth is the number 77 of Steve Newsham. And Gareth Howes is sixth, dropping back Steph Oakes. There's Williamson, of course he's a lap behind after problems off the grid. There'll be a challenge on for the lead here. Paul Young also races in the pro category, having a look. He, of course, on one of the big twin bikes, mixing it with the Thunder bikes. Down the back straight, Tom Clemens holding his lead. Only made one Thunder bike appearance so far this season. He won the final at Amman Valley. Gareth Williamson's pulled off again, so that looks like a non-finish. Chris Jenner giving chase. He's had 2 Thunder bike round wins this year, beaten by Tom Clemens in Wales. John Bell in fourth in the orange leathers there. His Yamaha. Close for the lead now. Here comes Paul Young. They're into the last lap. Young to the inside into turn 1. Oh, nearly clips the side of Tom Clemens. Steph Oakes is going to have to look out here because the leaders are going to lap her. Round the outside, Clemens goes a bit wide. This is Paul Young's opportunity. They go either side of Steph Oakes. He's up the inside. It's going to be a photo finish. And Young just gets it on the line. Brilliant stuff. Chris Jenner third, John Bell fourth. And then a gap back to Gareth Howes in fifth place. Paul Young confirmed as your winner. I think Steph Oakes was the only other finisher there a lap down because Steve Newsham's on the infield. I think he'll be classified as a finisher though, having completed enough laps. Gareth Williamson didn't. So the win goes to Paul Young on the line there, but the top Thunderbike was Tom Clemens. Now next up on track we go into the youth classes. This is the youth senior category. The front row will be number 11 Charlie Kelly and number 93 of Boyd Boardman. The second row, number 91, which is Leon Collier. And the third row, 161 of Toby Johnson, is not there because he's actually a youth junior. He's been gridded in the wrong class, so delete him. 73, Erin Dyer should be there. Yep, she's there. And 221, which is Ashton Vale. The man in red there at the back of the field. So 5 riders for the youth senior class. Of course, the youth classes work slightly differently. 3 heats, then it's double points on the final, and the accumulated total decides the overall results. Charlie Kelly, dominant winner at Amman Valley. He won round 2 at Greenfield as well. The first round was won by Ted Wilkinson, who's not been seen on track since. Five riders then for youth senior heat number 1. Away they go, and a super getaway by Leon Collier. Side by side with Charlie Kelly into the first turn. They were very close indeed in the final at Amman Valley. Collier leads them off then. A good start by Ashton Vale coming through on the inside. He goes third ahead of Boyd Boardman and Erin Dyer into turn 3. Leon Collier was let down by bike problems in his first heat in South Wales. Otherwise he could have duked it out very tightly with Charlie Kelly in terms of the points. Kelly just snatched the win from him on the line in the final. Collier showing the way here. Third is Ashton Vale, number 221. Erin Dyer in fourth, chased by Boyd Boardman. Split into 3 races here. Ashton Vale on his own in third. Charlie Kelly in the orange and black there, trying to catch our race leader, Leon Collier. Fourth place is Erin Dyer. She's running well ahead of Boyd Boardman. I believe Erin's the daughter of John Dyer, number 101. Charlie Kelly is getting ever closer. He's having a look on the inside as they go into turn 1. There's almost contact, and Kelly had to lift off there and lock the machine up slightly. He'll try again into turn 3, I'm sure. Here he comes. Charlie Kelly up the inside. Is he going to take the lead as they go into the last lap? Leon Collier tries to keep the throttle on. They're absolutely side by side out of turn 4. Best race of the day so far between these two, and Kelly up the inside into turn 1. Again, Collier tries to counter, but he's gone too wide there. He's locked up. That's it. That's lost him his chance, unfortunately, and it's going to be a win for Charlie Kelly. Great race between these two, though. Number 11, Charlie Kelly, wins it. Second for Leon Collier. Ashton Vale, I believe the youngest man in this field, takes third. Fourth is going to be Erin Dyer, number 73. And number 93, Boyd Boardman, will complete the 5 finishers. Great race there between Charlie Kelly and Leon Collier. Leon just locking up a bit, ran wide coming out of turn 2. And Charlie Kelly coming through to take the win. Great race between those two. Next up on track will be the vintage bikes, a very big field of them here today, a mixture of 2-stroke and 4-stroke categories. Bit of track watering first of all, gives us a chance to look at the points. Well, in the 2-stroke class, number 33, Sean Kelly, is unbeaten. He's won all 3 rounds so far and sits some 19 points clear of Simon Bird in the point standings. Simon Bird second in rounds 2 and 3. After a quick break there for a bit of track prep, it's time for the vintage bikes then. Round 1, heat 1. Let's have a look at the grid. 143 James Smith will be on the front row of the grid. alongside number 80, Mike Fisher. Number 4 of Paul Harrison. Not sure if he's here, as we said, and 33, Sean Kelly. So a strong front row for this one. Paul Harrison is not here. The second row, 94, which is Norm Joss. 101, that's John Dyer. Seen him out in the mini bikes already. 48 of Mark Russell. And alongside him, number 129. That's Will Smith. Third row, 95, which is Vince Hurst. 176 alongside him, Mark Rosier. 131, Gareth Howes. And number 69, which is Nick Doncaster. Also got out there number 99, which is Peter Wilkinson. Yes, he's there. 199 of Jason Wood, and 124, that's Darren Legg. A big grid for this first heat of round 1 for the vintage bikes. Going there, and Sean Kelly clears off in the lead. Norm Joss hasn't got away on the 94. Kelly already with a clear lead ahead of James Smith as they go into the first turn. It's almost 3 wide for third place, and number 69 trying to get around the outside of Nick Doncaster. It's anybody's race for second. Reeled in James Smith. Sean Kelly's cleared off in front. Smith's gone wide through turn 4, and who's going to come through for second? 129 William Smith coming through on the inside. 69 on the outside there of Nick Doncaster. He's in third place. Fourth was John Dyer, now fighting back around the outside. Gareth Howes, I think that is on the 131. Sean Kelly away and clear. Number 33, two-stroke points leader. Gareth Howes now drops behind James Smith, who had some sort of a problem at the end of the first lap. He lost a whole bunch of places. 94 Norm Joss never got going. He's on the infield. Who's that slowing on? Is that Howes slowing on the back straights? Yes, I think Gareth Howes has got a problem. Through go the leaders. Kelly leads it from Smith and Doncaster. Yes, Gareth Howes in trouble. He's slowing down on the Playboy racing machine. He's not playing ball in this one though. Kelly clear of the 129 of William Smith. Third is number 69, the Bultaco of Nick Doncaster. John Dyer is still there in fourth ahead of James Smith. Then the battle for sixth position is headed up by Mark Russell from Peter Wilkinson. I think that's 176 in behind them, Mark Rosier. He gets ahead of Wilkinson there down the back straight. 124 Darren Legg behind them. 199 about to be lapped Jason Wood. It's going to be a win for Sean Kelly, number 33. Here he comes off the final turn. Kelly with a dominant win. Second will go to 129 William Smith. And third, it's number 69 Nick Doncaster. A race to the line for fourth place. John Dyer will hang on ahead of the 143 of James Smith. Sixth is going to be 3 wide. It's a photo finish there between Peter Wilkinson and Mark Russell for sixth. Behind them 176 of Mark Rosier. Then 124 Darren Legg. 199 of Jason Wood. And 131 of Gareth Howes. '99 and Peter Wilkinson and Mark Russell in a photo finish there. The other half of the vintage entry coming out onto track there. 151 Ed Lonergan will head the grid for this one, along with 123, which is Tony Chalice. I don't think he's here. No, Tony Chalice has withdrawn and told you to bike problems, so no 123. 555 rather, Simon Bird is out there on his Yamaha. And 585 Danny Williams on a Bultaco will complete the front row. Ed Lonergan on a Triumph. The second row, number 60, which is Paul Murrell. 0 of Adrian Soanes, 404 Ben Eddings, 257 Carl Swatteridge, the 4-stroke points leader. 736 is out there. That's Vaughan Williams. I think there's going to be time to go through the rest of it. Already underway. Off they go. Rick Bearcroft gets away well from the back of the grid on number 39. It's Simon Bird who goes into the lead on his Yamaha, the 555. Second place, it is Danny Williams, and 404 Ben Eddings in the red and yellow there up into third position. Listen to the beautiful sound of these vintage bikes echo around the Adrian Flux Arena. 140 David Webb trying to go through the middle there. John Harrison's in there as well, number 72. Fourth place in the four-stroke points at the moment with a chance to move up today. First two have gone clear. Danny Williams, 585. Chase to Simon Bird. They're both on two strokes. He's completing a two-stroke 1-2-3 at the moment. David Webb, the top four-stroke in fourth. He's got ahead there of Ed Lonergan, John Harrison, and Rick Bearcroft's in there too on his Triumph. There go the leaders into turn one. Bird from Williams, then Eddings third. Webb and Lonergan and Harrison together. Carl Swatteridge closing on Rick Bearcroft, then Ian Fisher, Adrian Soanes. 736 is next, that's Vaughan Williams. 60 of Paul Murrell. Leads the field at the moment. 585 Danny Williams all over Simon Bird there in turn one. Back a bit as they exit the power station turn. Down towards the road bend, and Williams going up high there. Thought he'd got a problem there. He's dropped away from Simon Bird as they go into the final lap. Yes, I think he has got some sort of an issue there, Danny Williams. He's trying to keep going. Ben Eddings under fire from David Webb for third. They could catch Danny Williams here, struggling with his machine. It's going to be a win for Simon Bird on the 555 Yamaha. Here he comes to take the flag. Danny Williams, nursing his machine home, will come over in second place on the Bultaco. Third is 140 David Webb. Fourth is Ben Eddings. Fifth, John Harrison. Sixth, Rick Bearcroft. Seventh, Carl Swatteridge. Eighth goes to Ed Lonergan. Ninth is 663 Ian Fisher. 10th is Vaughan Williams. 11th, Adrian Soanes. And 12th for Paul Murrell. So all 12 go the distance then in vintage heat 2 of round 1. Pair of two-stroke winners in our first pair of vintage heats. Now we've got the youth intermediate class coming out next. 3 riders for this one. Battle in the championship between number 100 Wyatt Hopkins and 78 of Wilbur Skip. I think he's riding Jeremy Skip's mini bike machine today. Completing the entry, Maddie Banks on 36. You could have a full-scale race just with the Banks family in. There is Maddie. 64. Well, the bike is 64, but racing under number 78, Wilbur Skip. And 100 Wyatt Hopkins goes from the outside. Wilbur Skip won the round at Amman Valley due to some bike problems for Wyatt Hopkins. Paddy Moore won round 1, but hasn't been seen on track since. Wyatt Hopkins won round 2. Away we go then. It is the 100 of Wyatt Hopkins who takes the lead. Good start by Maddie Banks up into second place. Now Wilbur Skip had a spill in practice earlier on this morning, so we hope he's back to 100%. Just taking it easy there in third at the moment. Wyatt Hopkins leading the points by 4 points coming into this round. Maddie Banks a further 6 points back. It's fairly close between these three, but Wyatt Hopkins with the pace advantage. This is good riding by Maddie Banks up there in second. It's Wilbur Skip on an unfamiliar machine today, and of course had a fall earlier on, so possibly a bit battered and bruised. Through turns 3 and 4. Looking good for Wyatt Hopkins. Looking good for Maddie Banks up there in second as well. Trying to move up in the championship. She could take second place away from Wilbur Skip today if she plays her cards right. Last lap flag is out for number 100 Wyatt Hopkins. Will be shortly as Wilbur Skip closes up on Maddie Banks. It'll be last lap this time. Skip on the outside through turn 2. Doesn't quite manage to get through. He's getting used to his new mounts today. Wyatt Hopkins into his final lap. Battle for second is not over yet. Here comes Wilbur Skip. Through turns 1 and 2. Right on the tail of Maddie Banks. It's going to be a win for Wyatt Hopkins. Here he comes through the final turn. I don't think Wilbur Skip's going to get there for second place. Hopkins wins it. Banks second, Skip third. Well, next up, we're on to perhaps the biggest and loudest bikes here today, the Indian Motorcycle Hooligan Championship. Into line then, Leah Toklov on pole, number 37, alongside Chris Northover. And 7.04, that's Jake Young, the points leader. 7.07, Austin Herman. 38, George Pickering. 93 of Jack Bell. Here we go. Hooligan bikes get underway, and Leah Toklov bursts into the lead down towards the first turn. Oh, and there's a collision. Down goes Jake Young. Look out. Goodness me. Through the middle there, I think it was Austin Herman. Thankfully, Jake Young is okay. 7.04. Race continues, and Jack Bell has survived that to take the lead. Jake Young is up and okay. That's the main thing. I thought he'd been hit there by Austin Herman, but he's got away with that. Jack Bell leads it then. Second place is Leah Toklov. She's under 5 from 38 of George Pickering. The two Indian motorcycles, second and third. I think that's another Indian behind them. Yes, Chris Northover in fourth. And Austin Herman somehow got through the middle between Jake Young and his bike there. Very lucky indeed. Back in fifth place, it's Jack Bell who leads the way. And it went straight from the youth senior category into the pros a couple of years ago. Of course, the series not held in 2020. Now out in the hooligan bikes as well. Battle is on for third between Chris Northover and Leah Toklov. Pickering's got clear into second place. Leah trying to hang on there, but round the outside goes Northover up into third place. Austin Herman still going in fifth. Jake Young won the first round. We hope he's okay to continue. Jack Bell comes through to take the win. There's the checkered flag. Second place is going to be number 38 of George Pickering, and Northover comes through the third ahead of Leah Toklov. 7.07. Austin Herman powers through for fifth. Okay, the win goes to Jack Bell then, as we move on to the youth junior category. He's the youngest riders on display here today, of course. Oscar Osborne Wilkes has won all 3 rounds so far, number 65. Let's see if he can do so again. The grid lines up as follows. 401, Colby Forte will be on pole position alongside number 22, which is Jessica Cooling. 65, Oscar Osborne Wilkes will be on the front row. There he is. And 140 of Lincoln Forte will complete the front rank. Second row, number 79, which is Marcy Skip. 188 of Poppy Vernon. And 36, which is probably yet another Banks. Yes, Harry Banks. There's one in every class, I think, today. And the third row, 48, which is Jack Johnson. Not of musical fame. Number 8, Lola Richardson. 288 is Bo Vernon, and 72, Jaden Lewis.
Also, you can add in there 161, Toby Johnson. He's on the second row. Of course, he was programmed incorrectly in the youth senior category, so you can add him to your grid. He's second in the points, quite a way behind, 21 points behind Oscar Osborne-Wilkes, who's won all 3 rounds so far. Bo Vernon third in the points. Bo Vernon second in the points, Toby Johnson third. Point behind them is Lincoln Forte. And then we've got Jaden Lewis on 35. They're into line down there then, 12 riders for this youth junior heat 1. It is Oscar Osborne-Wilkes who leads them off into that first turn, chased by Toby Johnson. 161 looks like he's got up into second. It's one of the Fortes in third place. I always get those two mixed up. Through the middle comes Marcy Skip. She's going well on the 79. So in there is the 288s. That's Bo Vernon. It's 140 in third. That's Lincoln Forte. But Marcy Skip moving through on the inside. Certainly one of the most diminutive riders here today. But Forte holds third place. Bo Vernon in behind. Then a gap back to, I think that's Colby Forte next in the order. It's Oscar Osborne-Wilkes clear in front. Second place is Toby Johnson. It's Colby Forte heading the second group ahead of number 22, Jessica Cooling. Back of the field, Lola Richardson at number 8, I think. No, there's Lola coming out of turn 2. It's Harry Banks at the back. Oscar Osborne-Wilkes clear of Toby Johnson. Third is Bo Vernon. Fourth is the first of the Fortes. That's Lincoln. Marcy Skip running well in fifth place, number 79. Colby Forte holding off. I think that's Poppy Vernon behind him. She goes through coming out of turn 2. Then the 22 of Jessica Cooling, and then Lola Richardson. Jaden Lewis is next in the order. And a decent run at Taman Valley, taking fourth place. He's had 2 fourths and a fifth so far this year, but running a little further down the order this time. Battle is joined for second place there. Bo Vernon has caught Toby Johnson. Into the last lap we go. Bo Vernon going for the outside on the 288s. These two second and third in the points as well. Colby Forte, Lincoln Forte up there in fourth. I said I always get those two mixed up. Here they come then towards the flag. Looks like they're all going to stay on the lead lap. It's going to be a win for Oscar Osborne-Wilkes. He takes it. Second does go to Bo Vernon. Well done to him. Third for Toby Johnson. And Lincoln Forte just holds off Marcy Skip for fourth. Sixth is Poppy Vernon. Seventh is 401 Colby Forte. Eighth Jessica Cooling. Ninth Lola Richardson. Who's going to be 10th? Coming up on the outside is Jack Johnson. He'll snatch 10th. Jaden Lewis 11th. And 12th goes to Harry Banks. Let's have a look at the grid then for Pro and Inter Heat 1. It will be number 93/18, Mark Richardson, at the front of the grid, along with 555 Simon Bird. Yeah, Mark Richardson's on bike 93, but because we've already got a 93 Jack Bell, he's wearing number 18. You can see him there on the infield. Alongside Simon Bird will be number 850. That's Tom Busfield. Had a fall in the heats at Taman Valley. And 111 Wesley Agius. The second row will be 197, that's Wag Scott. 75 Paul Young. And number 168, which is Aaron Vale. Yes, he's there. And on row 3, Freddie Trott Jr. 253. 36, yep, it's another Banks. That is Joe Banks. 217 Stephen Gurnhill. Yeah, Mark Richardson has joined us.
on bike number 93, but racing as 18 today. Here we go then, the first pro and intermediate category race gets underway. First turn, Mark Richardson has got away well. He'll lead the way into turn 1 on the 18th. Simon Bird in second place. Paul Young could be one of the favourites here, one of the pro riders. Having a look up the inside there, he's into third. Going for second on the inside, the 555 of Simon Bird. Now who's this charging round the outside from the back? It's Freddie Trott Jr. 253, looking to retake the lead of the intermediate points today after struggling at Amman Valley, but it's still Mark Richardson who leads the way. Second place is Paul Young now, number 75. Third is Simon Bird. He runs a bit wide there through turn 3. Fourth is 217 Stephen Gurnhill. The majority of these riders in the intermediates category, Joe Banks and Paul Young, are pros. It's Mark Richardson showing the way at the moment. Here comes Young up the inside. He moves Richardson aside, takes the lead. Simon Bird still there in third. Gurnhill challenging for fourth place. And we've got, I think that's Tom Busfield next in the order, number 850. See the speed increasing as the more experienced, quicker riders appear in these pro and inter categories. If you finish in the top 3 of the intermediate category, you move up to the pros for the next season. Same with the rookies into the inters. Paul Young clear in the lead. Richardson down to third. He's coming up to take the last lap flag. It is Freddie Trott Jr. who's gone second. Bird fourth, Gurnhill fifth. Joe Banks in sixth ahead of Tom Busfield. Wag Scott at the back on 197. It's going to be a victory for Paul Young. Here he comes. 7th place in the pro points coming into this round. He takes the win. Second goes to Freddie Trott Jr. Richardson third, Bird fourth, Gurnhill fifth, Banks sixth, Busfield 7th. 8th goes to 168, that of Aaron Vale, and 9th is Wag Scott. Good run there by Mark Richardson, leading the first half of that race. Couldn't hold back Paul Young, number 75, who takes the win. Richardson certainly pleased with his efforts there, taking third place. When you consider that Mark is only on a 250 up against 450cc machines, that was pretty impressive. Right, heat 2 then, number 93 of Jack Bell. Second row, 135. That's Pete Marshall. 139, which is Simon Parkin, the reigning intermediate champion from 2019. 55, George Sturgis, leading the points in the intermediates. Then 129, Will Smith, Mike Goodfellow, 81, and 37, Leah Toklam completes the grid for this one. They're underway. Jack Bell gets away well, so does Kevin Kennedy. George Sturgis up the outside. Kennedy gets either sided there through turn 2, and into the lead goes Jack Bell on the 93. Kennedy holds second ahead of George Sturgis. Pete Marshall dropping to the back on the 135. Stephen Campbell coming through the fourth, and problems there for number 129. That's William Smith. He's out of the race on the centre. Out in front is Jack Bell, then chased by Kevin Kennedy. He's got 175 on the bike, racing under number 775. Sturgis in the yellow in third place. Then it's Campbell. And Mike Goodfellow had a heat win at Amman Valley up there in 5th place. Leah Toklam in behind them, number 37. Pro class rider, she's having a go around the outside now. We get back to the final pair of 139, Simon Parkin. Big step up into the pros, he's struggled a bit so far this year. Pete Marshall at the back. Leah Toklam loses out there to Mike Goodfellow out of turn 2, down into 6th place. Goodfellow has a go around the outside, trying to take the 99 of Stephen Campbell. It's Jack Bell out front in number 93. Can George Sturgis overhaul Kevin Kennedy here for second place? Goodfellow runs a bit deep there into turns 3 and 4. Stephen Campbell could get back ahead. Checkered flag this time. It's going to be a win for Jack Bell, third in the pro points. Comes through to take the win. It's going to be Kevin Kennedy in second, just ahead of George Sturgis, just ahead in turn of Mike Goodfellow, then Stephen Campbell fifth, Leah Toklov sixth. Next home it is Simon Parkin. Pete Marshall, the final finisher. We had a retirement as well, 129 William Smith did not finish. Now for heat number 3 of round 1 for the pro and inter category, let's have a look at the grid. 68 will start on pole, that's Joe Brindley, alongside 147 pro class rider Gareth Williamson. 48, that is Ronald Shamier. And 500 is the Meerkat, Rob Meir. Second row, 786, which is Chris Northover, second in the intermediate points at the moment. He starts alongside 105 Sam Neville and number 19 Jordan Miller from the pro category. The third row, number 20, that's Toby Hales, 420 Chris Brock, and number 56 completing the lineup, Fergus Bluff. Some very quick riders in this third heat of round 1 for the pros and inters. Looks like 48's Ronald Shamier is not there. Didn't see him in practice either, I don't think he's here. So 9 riders once again for the pros and inters. Some of the quickest riders here today in this race. Away they go, and as expected, it's the Meerkat, Rob Meir, who gets the fastest gate, leads the way into the first turn. Anybody's race behind. Chris Northover trying to move through on the inside. At the outside comes Jordan Miller, that will be on the red machine, number 19. Side by side for third, Gareth Williamson in there. Toby Hales is already up into third place. He's carved his way through from the back row of the grid. He's going for second. Just moves Jordan Miller wide there. Now down to the business of trying to catch Rob Meir. Could this be a preview of the pro final, I wonder? We'll wait and see at the end of the programme. Rob Meir sliding in speedway style off turn 4. Jordan Miller in third. Gareth Williamson fourth. Then Chris Northover. Fergus Bluff was the winner in the intermediates at Taman Valley. Chris Brock behind him. Then Sam Neville and finally Joe Brindley. Gap starting to come down. Chris Northover running wide there through turn 4. And the threat from the skeleton, Gareth Williamson. It's the Meerkat that leads the way. Can Toby Hales catch him? Is he going to run out of time here, number 20? Jordan Miller up there in third, then Chris Northover in fourth. Williamson still battling with Fergus Bluff for 5th position. It's going to be last lap this time. I don't think Toby Hales is quite going to have enough time to catch Rob Meir here. Did well to come through from the back row of the grid. Hales seems to be struggling a bit here on the turns. Jordan Miller in third place. It's going to be checkered flag this time, and 500 Rob Meir comes in to take the victory. Toby Hales second, Jordan Miller third. Fourth is going to be Chris Northover, the first of the intermediates home, then Fergus Bluff, Gareth Williamson, Sam Neville, Chris Brock, finally Joe Brindley. Well, that concludes round 1 of our programme here at Kings Lynn, the Adrian Flux Arena, here at round 4 of the Indian Motorcycle DTRA UK Flat Track Nationals. Hope you're enjoying the action so far, everyone. A bit of track watering, and then we're on with the second round of heats, which will be started with the rookie category. Bikes on track then for the first of our second round of races. and to heat 1 for the rookies. 909 James Woodruff already a winner today on the front row, along with 127 of Dave Lambert. 108 Annalise North completing the front row. Second row is Hawkeye on 714. 149 Chris Pugh won the very first race of the day. 234 of Matt Smith. Johnny Northover's down there on 786. Potter, Gary Burgess and Paul Monks complete the lineup. We're underway. Good starts by Dave Lambert, but it is James Woodruff who goes into the lead on 909. Lambert in second place. Chris Pugh in third. Looks like Luke Potter up into fourth position. What's happened there? Luke Potter seemed to go straight on into turn 3, looking very uncertain there. He's held fourth place though, ahead of Johnny Northover and Matt Smith, number 234. But James Woodruff is away and gone in front as expected. Good run by Dave Lambert up there in second on 127. 4 points in the opening round here. He's only 21st in the championship. Matt Smith being caught by Hawkeye on 714. 178 Gary Burgess, Annalise North, and finally Paul Monks, number 96. First appearance was at Taman Valley, failed to qualify for the final. Side by side for second place. Here comes Chris Pugh, he's taken Dave Lambert on turn 4. And here comes Luke Potter, made a rather hesitant start to this one. Whether he's still feeling the effects of his spill at Taman Valley in the final, I'm not sure. Goes to the inside, into turn 3, he's going through, up into third place. Now here comes the 786, that's Johnny Northover. Coming into the closing stages now of this round 2, heat 1 for the rookies. Potter could catch Pugh here for second place. They're not going to catch James Woodruff, he's away and gone. Following Kevin Kennedy's path, I wonder, and move up into the Inters before the end of this season. Side by side for second. Potter and Pugh fighting it out. Pugh just has the advantage. Potter tries to run him wide. They're absolutely together down the back straight. The checkered flag goes out. Woodruff wins it. Who is going to be second? Pushing as well up the inside, Luke Potter. He's going to force his way into second on the final turn. Pugh third, Northover fourth, just ahead of Lambert. Sixth is Rowan Hawkeye. Seventh goes to Matt Smith. Eighth, it is Gary Burgess, Annalise North 9th, and Paul Monks 10th. 714, Rowan, how do you say his surname? Rowan Hawkeye. How do you properly say his surname? Does nobody know? Hawkeye. Okay. So James Woodruff makes it 2 wins out of 2. Don't forget, the more points you get in the heats, the further up the list you get for choosing your grid position for the finals. So he's on a maximum score of 30 so far. Now it's heat number 2 of round 2 for the rookies. 59 will be on the front of the grid, Phil Hunt, along with 271 Gareth Ashman, 227 of Emily Moore, and 144, that's Rupert Farnsworth. Second row, 229 Rob Kirkland, 971, which is Jake Packham, 269 Peter Kimber, had a win in round 1. Then we've got 34, which is Richard Wilshire. 115, that's Mark Barton. 233 of Guy Horner, 911 Johnny James, 160 Daniel Newlove, and completing the field treble 3 Gavin Lee. Who's it going to be this time? Will Peter Kimber make it a double? I reckon Mark Barton could be in with a chance here, or maybe Guy Horner and Johnny James in the back are underway. Gareth Ashman makes a super start from the front row on the 271. Leads Emily Moore into the first turn. Mark Barton having a go around the outside. Also in there looks like possibly Gavin Lee. Pick that up as they come through back into my sights. 271 Gareth Ashman has the lead. Barton second. 269 Peter Kimber moving around the outside there on the blue machine. In fact, he's already had a win today. Keeps it out wide there. Jake Packham out of shape, nearly loses it. Breezing around the outside into third is Kimber. Takes Emily Moore to chase Mark Barton for second place. So it's 271 of Gareth Ashman who leads. 34 trying to come through. That's Richard Wilshire. And a fall in his first heat. Bit of a mistake there by Peter Kimber. He's lost out to Mark Barton once again for second place. Gareth Ashman clear in the lead, so looking good. 2:29 Bob Kirtland has a look down the inside there, trying to take Emily Moore for 5th position. Behind them, Jake Packham. Back of the field is 333 of Gavin Lee, along with, I think that's Rupert Farnsworth. His classic machine. Packham still joined for second place between Kimber and Barton, and Kimber's got back ahead again. I don't think they're going to catch Gareth Ashman though, as they're coming round to start the final lap. 2:71 that leads. Good battles all the way down the field in this one. The leader is being reeled in. Can Peter Kimber catch him? He's gone wide coming out of turn 2. I don't think he's going to get there. It's going to be a win for 2:71. Gareth Ashman takes it. Kimber second this time. Barton third. Wilshire fourth. Moore fifth. Packham sixth. Then Kirtland, Horner. Oh, and it's full there after the flag. I think that's Jake Packham that's come down. Daniel Newlove was next home, I think. The rest of them. Rupert Farnsworth comes through, and finally Gavin Lee. Jake Packham falling after the flag there then, but he's up and okay. It's Gareth Ashman, 2:71, your race winner. I've got some food with me, I'm okay, thanks. Down for too long. Round 2, heat number 3 for the rookies. Next up then, 61 will be on the front row of the grid. Albert Wilshire, 3:27 Nigel Coleman, and 1:10, which is D Hardwick. Then we've got 811. Uh, 811, no. Steph Oakes is not out. She's not in the rookies today. We have got 94, which is Norm Joss. 207 of Stuart Cope. 240 is Rob Casson. 663 Ian Fisher. 585 Danny Williams should be down there. Yes, he's there. We haven't got 171. We have got 728 Jesse Moore. And we've got 212, excuse me, which is Dan Green. Who will be favourite going into this one then? Danny Williams could be in with a chance. Jesse Moore probably the favourite going from row 3, and he's got to fight his way through the pack. Revs are up, and here we go. Nigel Coleman makes a super start in 3:27. Danny Williams finds his way blocked on the inside. Jesse Moore's got through the middle as I expected he'd do. He's up the outside and straight into the lead as they go down the back straight. Jesse Moore, who was the runner-up at Taman Valley, takes the lead. Nigel Coleman down to second. Here comes Albert Wilshire up into third place. He's running well. Danny Williams is fourth. Stuart Cope rounds out the top 5. Then we've got Norm Joss in 6th place. Start to string out slightly now. Danny Williams going for third around the outside of Albert Wilshire on the 61. Jesse Moore's away and gone. Nigel Coleman in second. Williams back to the inside into turn 3. There's almost contact there as Albert Wilshire nearly takes his front wheel away. Wilshire again under fire into turn 3. This time Williams has got the space and he goes through. Behind them it's 207 of Stuart Cope. Then Norm Joss, Ian Fisher, Rob Casson, Dan Green, and finally the 110 of D Hardwick. Side by side, Albert Wilshire and 207 Stuart Cope. Cope getting through for fourth rather at turn 3. Wilshire trying to fight back as Danny Williams battles it out with Nigel Coleman now for second, but they're not going to catch Jesse Moore. 7-8 well out in front. Into his final lap, he's already celebrating. lifts the front wheel down the home straight. Jesse Moore slowing. There's 1 lap to go, Jesse. He must have thought he'd seen the checkered flag. He slowed. I don't believe that. It happens to the best of them. He thought he'd taken the win there. I wondered why he wheeled as he crossed the line. Danny Williams inherits the win. A rather embarrassed Jesse Moore second. Nigel Coleman third. Stuart Cope fourth. Albert Wilshire fifth. Then Norm Joss, Ian Fisher. Eighth goes to Rob Casson. Dan Green ninth. And 110, D Hardwick 10th. Big dolt to Jesse Moore. I wonder why he wheeled as he started the last lap. He thought he'd seen the checkered flag. So it's Danny Williams who inherits the win there on the 585. We now move on to, in a few moments' time, the modified mini bikes. Freddie Trott Jr. going for his second win. Mini bike modifieds on track then for heat number 2. Freddie Trott Jr. from the front row this time, alongside John Dyer. Richard Wilshire and Jeremy Skip will complete the front row. Rudy Mello, Glenn Elliott, Kevin Kennedy and Jamie Kimber on row 2. Looks like we're missing Richard Wilshire, unfortunately. Gary Inman on row 3 along with Joe Banks and Gavin Lee. Away they go. Good start by Gary Inman through the field, but it looks like it is going to be Trott who leads into the first turn. We've got a faller. That's Jamie Kimber, has come down on the first turn. Yellow flags are out there. She gets back to her feet, but out of the race by the look of it. Out in front it is Freddie Trott Jr. Gary Inman through a second, another faller. Now who's that's come down? I think that's is John Dyer. Yes, it is. They're slipping and sliding everywhere in this one. Jamie Kimber's out of the race. John Dyer's remounted. He's got going again. Another one's come down. That's Glenn Elliott, number 15. Freddie Trott leads it. Gary Inman from the back of the grid up into second place. Side by side the third, Kevin Kennedy and Jeremy Skip. Behind them, Joe Banks, number 36. Then we've got Rudy Mello and Gavin Lee. I think the riders caught out slightly by the freshly watered track there. John Dyer's got going again. It's Trott that leads. Gary Inman trying to reel him in on the number 13. Kevin Kennedy in third place, his first appearance on the mini bikes. We're coming up to lap John Dyer here, riding the number 73 Eric Dyer machine. And another one's come down, that's Kevin Kennedy. Goodness me. Let's hope he's okay. Trying to stagger away there, Kevin. Last lap flag is about to come out, the yellow flags are out. Kevin Kennedy in trouble there. That could be bad news because he's on the top riders in the interclass as well. We're on the last lap now. It's going to be a win for Freddie Trott Jr. in this chaotic race for the mini bikes. Now here comes Freddie Trott. He's going to come in to take the win on 253. Second for Gary Inman, number 13. Jeremy Skip third. I think it's Joe Banks possibly in fourth. He may be a lap down, I'm not sure. We've had so many fallers there, I've lost track of the rest of the field. Okay, a pause here while we check on Kevin Kennedy, and then we'll be underway with the Mini Bike Stock Championship Heat 2. Stock mini bikes in position on the grid then. 22 on pole position, Rob Cooling. alongside the 811 of Steph Oakes. Ian Fisher is there, Rob Nichols, James Woodruff on 909. Second row, Mark Barton's there, Stuart Robson, Max Inman, number 14. Joe Banks, looking for another victory here, the 14, the 36, the ones to watch here. 197 of Wag Scott is there, Annalie North, 108s. 114, which is Simeon Anderson. Sam Neville, 105, and 124, Darren Legg, completing the grid. Looks like we're just waiting for the medics to make their way back onto track, having taken Kevin Kennedy to the medical room. Interesting to put that little golf buggy up against the mini bikes, wouldn't it? Let's get underway then, here they go. Max Inman gets away well, so does Steph Oakes. She'll take the lead into the first turn. James Woodruff is there on the outside. He leads around turns 1 and 2. Who's going to come through to second? Looks like it's is Max Inman. Rob Cooling's in there as well in the 22. Solid scrubber bikes down into turn 3. 5 wide. Look at this round turns 3 and 4. Who was caught in the middle there? That was Steph Oakes. She got a bit of contact. Stuart Robson has come through into second place in 186. As I said, I don't think that's the former Speedway rider of the same name. Look how far back they lean on these machines, try and get as much weight over the back wheel as possible, get the grip and the adhesion. Third place is the number 14, that's Max Inman. Sam Neville up into fourth, the winner at Amman Valley. Joe Banks is fifth, caught in traffic rather in this one. Then we've got Steph Oakes. This huge field of mini bikes. One of the bigger entries here today, along with the intermediates and the rookies. James Woodruff a little bit wide there. Robson having a look. Now here comes Max Inman and Sam Neville. 4 of them going for the lead here. Normally we'd see Joe Banks in with this lot as well, but he got delayed at the start. 3 wide. Look at this down the back straight. Max Inman's going to go through the middle. Takes the lead. Superb move by Max Inman. Woodruff fights back off on the outside. They're very close indeed. Down the straight, nothing between them. Elbows at the ready as they go into turn 1. Inman on the inside, Woodruff on the outside. This is terrific stuff. Robson behind them. Then we've got Sam Neville chasing, then Joe Banks, and then Steph Oakes. Who's it going to be as they come off the turn? It's just Max Inman, number 14. We've lost somebody there on turn 4. It's Mark Barton that's come down. Robson closing in on second place now, James Woodruff. That's Max Inman has got away. Checkered flag is at the ready this time. A little bit out of shape there on the final turn, but it's a win for Max Inman, number 14. Woodruff second, Robson third, Neville fourth, Banks fifth, as quickly as that. Oakes sixth, seventh goes to Ian Fisher, 8th is Wag Scott's, Darren Legg is 9th, 10th is Annalie North, 11th Rob Nichols, 12th for 114 Simeon Anderson, 13th goes to number 22 Rob Cooling. And we lost Mark Barton to a fall. Mark Barton okay after his fall. Next up, it will be the Sportax Thunderbike Championship, along with the twin category. Wesley Agius and Tom Clemens, the winners so far in that division. About to get back underway. I hear thunder. Here come the Thunderbikes for their first heat of round 2. Incidentally, we mentioned during the stock mini bike, Stuart Robson, number 186. Been told that is the former Speedway rider, the man from the northeast. Coventry, Hull, Newcastle and several more in his list of clubs over the years. Great to have him here with us. First time in flat track today. But anyway, we move on with the Thunderbikes. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. 134 of Chris Jenner will be on pole for this one, alongside number 40, which is Kai Forte, first of the twins. 99/47, Peter Wilkinson. And Kai Forte, I think, might be having bike problems again. He's pulled onto the centre, failed to finish his first heat. 131 is Gareth Howes. We've got 143 James Smith, 13 Gary Inman, 911 Johnny James, 147 Gareth Williamson. He had problems earlier on as well. and number 18, which is John Bell. Some quick riders in this field. 277 is not here today. That's Simon Walsh. So Kai Forte looks like is a non-starter. Chris Jenner starts as the favourites here. Away we go in a superstar by James Smith from the second row. He rockets into the lead into the first turn. Jenner in second place. And Johnny James, I think that he's following behind. John Bell around the outside on the number 18. He'll go up into third place in his familiar orange colours. Trying to attack for the lead, but coming through on the inside is Chris Jenner. He takes the lead coming off turn 4. Smith in second, Bell third, then Gareth Howes is the man in fourth place. Johnny James is now behind the number 13 of Gary Inman. And turns 3 and 4 they come. Chris Jenner, the points leader in the Thunderbikes, coming into this round. Staying there from Gareth Howes and from Gareth Williamson. Gary Inman gets through. Too many Garys and Gareths in this category. Chris Jenner leads the way from James Smith, number 143, sends John Bell wide there coming off turn 2. Inman is fourth. Howes in fifth place, sixth is Johnny James. He's well ahead of Williamson. Peter Wilkinson, number 9947, rounds out the field. That scorer's nightmare. Good job it's all electronically timed these days. I've tried manual lap scoring on motorcycles at Mallory Park in the past. It's not easy. Making it look easy here is Chris Jenner. Pulling away from James Smith in second, the top 2 in the Thunderbike points. Back on the top 3 in there. Bell in third and Gary Inman in fourth place. It's going to be a win for Chris Jenner. Goes into the back straight for the final time. Taking it easy through the final turn. 1-3-4, Chris Jenner wins round 2, heat 1 for the Thunderbike. Second for James Smith, third John Bell, and fourth for Gary Inman. Gareth Howes is fifth, sixth Gareth Williamson. Seventh goes to Johnny James. Peter Wilkinson with the final finisher. Kai Forte unfortunately failed to start. More bike gremlins for him. The other half of the entry out next for Thunderbikes round 2, heat 2. Front row, number 30, which is Alan Birtwistle. Should have been there, but he's not here, I don't think. So it'll be number 66, which is James O'Hara, and 75, Paul Young on the front row. Paul Young on the twin cylinder machine. Second row, treble 1, Wesley Agius, 240, Rob Casson. 42, Tom Clements, so our 2 winners from earlier on. The third row, number 12, which is Tim Newbrook. 160, Daniel Newlove, and 77, which is Steve Newson. Paul Young will be a favourite here, also a pro-class rider, of course. In addition to the grid, Stephanie Oakes, who switched classes from the rookies. Tom Clements likely to be a favourite here as well, number 42. Watch for him coming through from the inside there, from the middle of the second row. He's got through there, away they go. Makes a decent start. It is Paul Young who leads them away on the 75. James O'Hara up into second place. Clements is third. Agius in fourth. Clements locks up a bit there around the outside. Side by side with James O'Hara. It's Paul Young, number 75, who will lead the first lap. Side by side, O'Hara and Clements, then Agius, Daniel Newlove, Tim Newbrook, Steph Oakes, and the 240 of Rob Casson at the back. Clear in front is Paul Young. Here comes Agius in the pink race suit on the outside there, triple 1. Clements in second place, just about holding Wesley off there. James O'Hara has got back into fourth position. Currently fifth in the Thunderbike points after a good showing at Amman Valley. He's certainly got some of the loudest supporters out there as well, and alongside my commentary box in Wales. Plenty of noise, hopefully they are today out there as well. But Wesley Agius, a slight mistake there through turns 1 and 2. Down to Tom Clements. Is Agius' bike slowing up there? We'll keep an eye on him. Paul Young out in front. Clemens is going to catch him here. Coming up to lap. That's the 240 of Rob Casson. He'll have to go wide to avoid him there. Last lap flag will come out this time. He comes back in, takes the back marker. Clemens makes a mistake through turn 4. Still second ahead of Wesley Agius. He's struggling with the track, those two. It's going to be a clear win for Paul Young, number 75. Out of the final turn behind Stephanie Oakes, takes the win. Who's going to be second? They're going to finish side by side. Clemens gets there, Agius third. Fourth goes to James O'Hara. Fifth place, 160 of Daniel Newlove. Tim Newbrook, number 12, will come over for sixth. Stephanie Oakes, seventh, and a lap down in eighth from Rob Casson. That Casson is going to come through and take the flag. There he is at the back. Youth senior category will be out next then. Charlie Kelly going for his double. Had to fight his way past Leon Collier in the first heats. We've got 6 riders this time. Lizzie Banks joining us. We have, haven't we? We've got a Banks in every class today. Family affairs a theme at motorsport this weekend. Yesterday the Saloon Stock Car World Final took place at Milton Hall Stadium, not too far from here. And 3 brothers locked out the podium, the Barnes brothers. Never been done before in short oval racing. In position then with Erin Dyer and Ashton Vale on the front row. Charlie Kelly, Boyd Boardman and Lizzie Banks on the second row. Leon Collier at the back, a rather uneven start there. It'll be Erin Dyer who tries to take the lead into the first turn, but Charlie Kelly too quick for her. And Leon Collier up into second place. Ashton Vale round the outside on 2-2-1. Newcomer to the youth senior category moves up into third place. Erin Dyer goes down to fourth. It's number 11, Charlie Kelly, who has the lead once again. Looking to follow up his wins at Amman Valley and Greenfield and extend his championship lead. He's currently 12 points up on Erin Dyer in the points. Leon Collier back in third. Bike problems hindering him at Amman Valley. Second place here ahead of Ashton Vale. It's Dyer, Boardman, and finally Lizzie Banks. Nice to have a single race with all the Banks family out together. In a handicap style race. Charlie Kelly continues to lead here. Second hit for the youth senior class. Don't forget, of course, that the accumulated points over all races decide the overall winner in the junior classes, youth classes. Side by side for fifth there, Lizzie Banks up the inside is going to take Boyd Boardman coming through turn 4. Boyd Boardman on the bike that Mark Richardson is using in the intermediate pro category races. Last lap flag is out then. It's going to be a win for Charlie Kelly for the second time today. Here he comes, Charlie Kelly takes the win. Leon Collier second. Ashton Vale takes third. They're clear of Erin Dyer, number 73 in fourth place. It's going to be number 36, Lizzie Banks, fifth, just ahead of Boyd Bourne.
Back to the vintage category next up then here at the Adrian Flux Arena. Winners earlier, Simon Bird and Sean Kelly. Let's see who we've got this time in round 2, heat number 1. 95 Vince Hurst will head up the grid, along with number 129. That's Will Smith. .124 is out there. It's Darren Legg. And 176 Mark Rosier is there as well. 199 is Jason Wood. 33 there's Sean Kelly going for his second win. Carl Swatteridge 257, the 4-stroke points leader. Norm Joss number 94. Peter Wilkinson is there on 99/47. Rick Bearcroft number 39 with his Triumph. 80 Mike Fisher on the Baltico. 0 of Adrian Soanes. 48 Mark Russell. And 131 Gareth Howes. Hang on, I think Peter Wilkinson's come out for the wrong race. He should be in the other splits, heat 2. So does Sean Kelly. 176 there on the outside, Mark Rosier. Start to sort themselves out then. Who's this pulling away down the back straight? William Smith on number 129. Sean Kelly moves to the inside. Gareth Howes has got problems again. Not been his day on the 131. He's given up on the second time. 176 and 39 side by side for third. Mark Rosier and the 39 of Rick Bearcroft. Gets around the outside. Who's that coming through? That's Mike Fisher on the Baltaco. Up into third place. Gareth Howes out of the race. Will Smith under fire from Sean Kelly. Unbeaten here in the finals for the two-stroke class. Here comes Mike Fisher. Looking to make up lost ground. He missed Saman Valley. He's going to have a look to the inside here as they come through turns 3 and 4. Will Smith's gone a little bit wide. Sean Kelly at the inside takes the lead. Bearcroft is fourth, but in fifth we've got number 69, which is Nick Doncaster. Bit of a collision there, Mark Russell and I think it was Carl Swatteridge. Had a bit of a coming together there. Darren Legg was fighting with them, the tail end of that. Kelly leads it from Smith, Fisher. 39 is in fourth place, it's Bearcroft, and 69 of Doncaster. 176, who was up there at the start. Mark Rosier's dropped back. Then we got the 0, which is Adrian Soanes. Mark Russell, Carl Swatteridge, Darren Legg. Josh running towards the back, and Sean Kelly still under fire from William Smith. It's going to be close between these three for the victory on the final turn. Here they come. Is Sean Kelly going to hang on? A little bit out of shape through turn 4, but he's hanging on to take the win. Will Smith second, Mike Fisher third. Fourth goes to Rick Bearcroft, just ahead of Nick Doncaster. Sixth is 176, that's Mark Rosier. Soanes seventh, Russell eighth, Swatteridge ninth, Legg 10th. 11th will be Norm Joss, and 12th Jason Wood. Gareth Howes a non-finisher. The other half of the vintage entry now on track. Should be 663 Ian Fisher. Yes, there he is at the front of the grid. 140 David Webb. 101, that's John Dyer. 736 Vaughan Williams. Number
Number 60, Paul Murrell's out there. Peter Wilkinson out for the right race this time. Simon Bird will start as a favourite here, as will John Harrison, number 72 on his Triumph. 585 Danny Williams on his Bultaco. 404 is Ben Eddings. 143, that's James Smith. 151 Ed Lonergan on his Triumph, completing the field. There are some stunning machines in this category. Vintage bikes, but not all vintage riders. Waiting for Vaughan Williams, number 736, to move into line there. Okay, here we go, then another 6 laps for the vintage machinery. Gets away well, so does Simon Bird down the outside. Danny Williams trying to charge through on the inside, but it's looks like it's Bird that's got the lead ahead of the third place is Williams. It's the 140 of David Webb, I just sat there in second place. Williams third. Ben Eddings dives through the fourth past Ian Fisher and James Smith off turn 4. It's Simon Bird, treble 5, who has the lead. David Webb in second place, was second in the 4-stroke category points behind Carl Swatteridge coming into today's meeting. James Smith going for the outside on Ben Eddings, that's for 4th position. And Ian Fisher, 101 at John Dyer. Peter Wilkinson is next. Fisher loses out there to 101 of Dyer. Simon Bird in the clear, looking for his second win of the day. Danny Williams now second, he's got ahead of David Webb. Ben Eddings in 4th, continuing his fight with James Smith, who can't quite find the pace to get around him. He'll try again off turn 4. Can't quite get through there. Paul Murrell at the back on the number 60. Oh, we've got a faller on the home straight. 101, John Dyer has gone. Yellow flags are out. The last lap flag is out as well. John Dyer, look out leaders. Simon Bird sees John Dyer, gets through. They're all running wide. John Dyer trying to get his machine moved there, he can't do so. It's checkered flag this time, it's going to be a win for Simon Bird, he takes the win. Danny Williams second, 3rd is David Webb. 4th place it will be James Smith, then Ben Eddings. 6th was Ian Fisher. 7th, John Harrison, a quiet race for him. 8th place will go to Peter Wilkinson. Vaughan Williams 9th. Ed Lonergan is 10th. Paul Murrell 11th. Looks like John Dyer's bike may have seized up there. That's why he can't move it away. So a seized, looks like a seized engine there for John Dyer may have contributed to that fall. He's okay though. Ready to get back underway then with our 3 riders for the youth intermediate class here at the Adrian Flux Arena at round 4 of the 2021 Indian Motorcycle DTRA UK Flat Track Nationals. Wyatt Hopkins looking for his double, goes off the outside of the front row. Maddie Banks on the inside, Wilbur Skip in the middle, and Maddie Banks hasn't got away. Have to try and restart the machine there. Wyatt Hopkins leads from Wilbur Skip into the first turn. Now can Maddie get her machine going? Yes, she can. And away she goes, half a lap behind the 2 leaders. 100 of Wyatt Hopkins it is who leads the way as they complete the first lap. Wilbur Skip on the 64 machine, racing under 78 in second place. Now Maddie Banks has got going. I doubt though she's going to make up the ground here.
Looking good for Wyatt Hopkins. He was the overall winner of round 2 at Greenfield. Bike problems restricted him in one of the heats at Amman Valley. It was Wilbur Skip who won overall on that occasion. Paddy Moore won the first round here at Kings Lynn, but has not appeared in the championship since. Length of a straight between the two leaders then. About the same back to Maddie Banks as well. She's going on towards half a lap behind now. Such a shame she had those problems at the start. Otherwise she might have been up there with Wilbur Skip. So Wyatt Hopkins looking good. If he can take the overall win today, he'll take the lead in the championship. On his last lap now. Oh, and Wilbur Skip's come down going into turn 3. So Maddie Banks, I think he's going to take second place here. Yellow flag is out. Wilbur Skip's frantically trying to pick the machine up. Has he kept it going? No, he hasn't. So Wyatt Hopkins will win by almost a full lap. Takes the win. Now, can Wilbur Skip get going again? If he gets it going, he can finish a lap down, because Maddie Banks is going to come through to finish second. He's frantically trying to get the machine going again. They're trying to kick-start it. Maddie Banks is going to come through for second place. And poor old Wilbur Skip, I don't think he can get going. Oh, what a shame. Exactly where he fell in practice this morning as well. So a non-finish for Wilbur Skip. That'll harm his chances of overall victory. It's looking good for Wyatt Hopkins. In fact, I think in view of the fact that he had completed 2/3 of the race distance, he is going to be given third place. So he will be classified. Next out, it's the hooligan category. Jack Bell going for his double. And good to see Jake Young is back out after his fall at the start of Heat 1 on 7:04. .38 is out. George Pickering on the Indian. 7.86 also on an Indian. Chris Northover. 93, there's Jack Bell. 7.07, Austin Herman. Austin Powers, as we call him. And Leah Toklov completes the grid on the 37. Revs rise. Makes a thunder away, off they go. Let's start by George Pickering, but it'll be Austin Herman with the inside into the first turn, side by side. Pickering gets around the outside to take the lead, chased by Jack Bell in the red and whites. Down to third goes Austin Herman. Round the outside comes Jack Bell. He's going to try and take the lead as they come off turn 4, and he's done it. Leah Toklov up in the third on the 37, then Jake Young on the 7.04. Herman fifth, at the back is Chris Northover. Jack Bell trailing his way around turns 3 and 4 there. Chased by George Pickering on the 38s. Runner-up to Jake Young in the first round at Greenfield. Austin Herman being reeled in by Chris Northover for 5th position now. It's Jack Bell. Straight out of the youth classes into the pros. Taking up the hooligan category as well. George Pickering in third position. In second position, rather, Leah Toklov is third. Fourth is Jake Young. The battle between Northover and Herman towards the back. That's that flag about to go out this time for Jack Bell. Are we seeing a future pro national champion in the ascendancy here? Leah Toklov going well. She's in third place. Chasing
quite a way back. Jake Young only fourth, maybe feeling the effects of that spill in race one where he was nearly collected by Austin Herman. Checkered flag goes out, the win goes to Jack Bell. Pickering second, Toklov will be third. Go to Jake Young. Who's going to be fifth? It's going to be Austin Herman and Chris Northover. Youth Juniors up for their second race next up. Oscar Osborne Wilkes going for 2 out of 2. Let's have a look on the grid for this one. 36 of Harry Banks will be off from the front, along with 288 of Bo Vernon. 72 of Jaden Lewis and 188 of Poppy Vernon. They'll lead the grid. Second row, Lola Richardson, Lincoln Forte, Colby Forte and the 48 of Jack Johnson. Then on row 3 we'll have Oscar Osborne Wilkes 65, Marcy Skip 79, 22 Jessica Cooling and 161 of Toby Johnson. Grid just being finalised there. Oscar Osborne Wilkes will be the last to be brought into line here for Youth Junior heat number 2. Watch for the lights. Away they go. A hesitant start there by Harry Banks. One bike hasn't got away there. 188, that is of Poppy Vernon. Who's coming through into the lead? Looks like Toby Johnson has got the lead. Oscar Osborne Wilkes is in the midfield. Yes, Poppy Vernon's hit problems off the grid. She's out of it. So they come round to complete the first level. The leader's fallen. The leader has fallen. Jaden Lewis just misses him. 140 then takes up the lead. That is Lincoln Forte. And the Reds are coming out. Red flags, race stops. That will be a full restart. I think that's Toby Johnson there, checking on our erstwhile race lead. I think that's Bo Vernon who's come down. Can't quite see the number from here. Yes, it is 288 Bo Vernon who fell there while in the lead. Luckily, everyone avoided him. Now, Poppy Vernon has struck lucky because she stalled on the grid in the first running. She's got another chance to get underway in this one. Just checking that Bo is okay there. If he's able to make the rerun, he can take part. Starts from the back, but he will have to start from the back of the grid.
Well, it's good to see Bo Vernon's okay, and he's in the rerun. He's going to have to start from the back. They build them tough, these flat trackers, even the youngsters. Big check going on Jaden Lewis's machine there. Had a bit of a struggle in race 1 as well. Harry Banks on the front row along with Poppy Vernon. Reds rise and we're underway once again. Good start by Jack Johnson there, straight through from the second row, and he's going to go into the lead. The newcomer leads the way into the first turn now. 4:01 there. Colby Forte struggling to get going. He's underway. It's Jack Johnson, number 48, who has got the lead as they head down the back straight for the first time. Looks like possibly Toby Johnson attacking there around the outside. Yes, he takes the lead off turn 4. Marcy Skip coming through into second place. And Oscar Osborne Wilkes through from the midfield into 4th. Great start that was by Jack Johnson, one of our newcomers here today. He's now dropped back into the pack as Oscar Osborne Wilkes comes through into 3rd. I think that's Bo Vernon up into 4th, so no problems from his fall. Oh, and Marcy Skip nearly loses it. There's a bump, I think, appeared on the inside of turn 4. They've collected a couple of the riders there. We've lost 140. That's Lincoln Forte onto the centre. His dad Kai out there helping him. He's got going again. It's not been a happy day for the Fortes. They all seem to be having bike problems. Toby Johnson leads. Marcy Skip and Poppy Vernon second and third. Poppy making the most of her second chance here. She's really flown through the order, up into second place there off turn 2. Bo Vernon is next, and Oscar Osborne Wilkes down in 5th, the earlier winner. It's Toby Johnson out front. Jack Johnson under fire from Jaden Lewis. Not sure if they're any relation, the two Johnsons. And Lola Richardson, Jessica Cooling, Harry Banks, and the Forte is at the back. Into the last lap goes Toby Johnson. Battle is on for 3rd. Marcy Skip and Bo Vernon. Bo Vernon around the outside. It's going to be a win for 161 Toby Johnson, just lapping one of the Fortes there at turn 3. Checkered flag is out. Toby Johnson takes the win. Second place it will be Poppy Vernon. 3rd is Bo Vernon. Great recovery by both of them. Marcy Skip a fine 4th. Oscar Osborne Wilkes only 5th. 6th is Jack Johnson. Good run by him. 7th Jaden Lewis. Lola Richardson 8th. Jessica Cooling is 9th. Harry Banks 10th. Lincoln Forte is 11th. And a lap down in 12th was Colby Forte. Lap down. There's Colby Forte a lap down there. A great ride by Toby Johnson to take the win. Well done to the Vernons, recovering after their problems for 2nd and 3rd. Bit of track watering then, and then we'll bring on the pro and intermediate classes for their second round. Bring up then, ready for the pro and inters. Round 2, heat 1. Toby Hales on the front row alongside 105 of Sam Neville. And the number 168, which is Aaron Vale. Second row 81, Mike Goodfellow. The number 93/18 of Mark Richardson. 253, Freddie Trott Jr. The number 93, that's Jack Bell, Gareth Williamson, Simon Parkin and Stephen Campbell completing the grid for this one. Off they go. Down the first turn. Good start by Toby Hales, as expected from the outside. He will go into the lead, I'd suspect. Oh, we've got a tangle in the middle there. That's Sam Neville that's gone down, I think, on 105. Well, off 105 now. Here they come into turns 3 and 4. It is Toby Hales that leads the way. Second place is Freddie Trott Jr. Jack Bell up into 3rd place. 3 wide. The 4th, Goodfellow, Williamson. And also in there was Vale. It just avoids Sam Neville there on turns 1 and 2. They go either side of him.
like he's out of the race. Toby Hales leads it. Winner on the last lap at Amman Valley in round 3 for his first final win of the season. Jointly the pro leader with Gary Birtwistle, who's absent this weekend through injury. Mark Richardson making up a place there past, I think it was 6-8 of Aaron Vale. 99 Stephen Campbell in behind, and he now goes for Vale down the outside, squeezed up against the fence there. Hales from Bell. First intermediate runner is Freddie Trott Jr. in 3rd place in this one, and attack for 4th there from 147 Gareth Williamson. He gets past Mike Goodfellow. Williamson a pro rider. Next is Richardson. Remember, he's only on a 250cc machine compared to the others on 450s. Coming back there is Aaron Vale. I think he's got a problem as he's slowing up. Simon Parkin behind him. Toby Hales being caught here by Jack Bell. Look at this into the final turn. He's having a look on the outside, Jack Bell. I don't think he's going to get through. Switches back to the inside. Hales will just hang on for the win. Bell second. Third goes to Freddie Trott Jr. And side by side the 4th, Mike Goodfellow just shades it ahead of Gareth Williamson. Richardson is next, then Campbell, then Simon Parkin. And the rather hobbled machine of Aaron Vale comes in at the back. Sam Neville, a non-finisher, fell on the first turn. He's up and okay though. So Toby Hales the winner, but that was a spirited effort by Jack Bell. Nearly caught him on the final lap. Let's have a look at the grid for Pro and Inter round 2, heat 2. Jordan Miller, number 19, 217 Stephen Gurnhill, and 129 on the front row of the grid, 129 William Smith. Second row, 500 Rob Meir, 68, which is Joe Brindley, 37 Leah Toclove, and 555 Simon Bird. And the third row, 135, which is Pete's Marshall, 111 Wesley Agius, and 197, which is Wag Scott. Watch for Rob Meir from the inside of the second row. He's going to try and sneak past the number 19 here of Jordan Miller. Sort of missing 129 William Smith at the front of the grid, so there's 2 on the front row. Here we go. Can Meir make his way through? No, he finds his way blocked by Jordan Miller. That's going to allow Stephen Gurnhill on the 217 to take the lead. Simon Bird up into second place. Great start by him. Jordan Miller on the red machine fights back on the inside. Meir is blocked in 4th place, getting past the 37 of Leah Toclove there. Stephen Gurnhill who leads. Meir attacks Simon Bird. Jordan Miller's gone through in 2nd place. The Meerkats up into 3rd position. He's not used to not being out in front after the first lap, Rob Meir. Here he comes round the outside. Now he's on the attack and takes the lead coming through turn 4. Good effort by Stephen Gurnhill up there in 2nd place. Jordan Miller now attacks him, trying to go through, and he's done so. Or has he? Now he has. Stephen Gurnhill, of course, an intermediate rider. 4th place is Simon Bird, Leah Toclove, Joe Brindley, Pete Marshall. At the back is Wag Scott, 197. Rob Meir leads it. It's probably won a fair few heats on his speedway machine here in the past. Simon Bird closing on Stephen Gurnhill. They're the 2 leading intermediate class runners in this heat. Pro rider Leah Toclove behind them. She's closing up here, trying to take 4th place away. Last lap flag is out for Rob Meir. Normally it works the other way round. He clears off in front in the first 2 laps, and everybody else catches him up. It was the other way round this time. He couldn't get through at the start. Stephen Gurnhill, a great effort by him, still there in 3rd. It's going to be a win for the Meerkats. Rob Meir comes in to take the victory. Wheelies across the line. 2nd will be Jordan Miller. Stephen Gurnhill 3rd. Leah Toclove through on the last bend to take 4th ahead of Simon Bird. Joe Brindley is next home on the 68. Then 135 Pete Marshall. And finally
197 Wag Scots. So the win goes to Rob Meir. Coming through the field, great effort though by Stephen Gurnhill, the early leader. On to heat number 3, round 2, heat 3 for the pros and inters. Front row 56, which is Fergus Bluff, 75 Paul Young, and 420 Chris Brock. Second row 36, Joe Banks, 775 of Kevin Kennedy, we hope is out there after his tumble earlier on in the mini bikes, and 850 of Tom Busfield. And the third row, number 30, who is not here, that's Alan Birtwistle. 55 is here, that's George Sturgis. 786, Chris Northover. Now, Paul Young should be the favourite here for overall victory. I would think Joe Banks will give chase, as will Fergus Bluff, on what looks like an ex-Gerard Bailo bike there. It does look similar. I don't know for certain if it is one of Gerard, the Spanish former champions on Kawasaki's. It does look very similar. Into the green light. Problems for Tom Busfield. He hasn't got away. Race gets underway. Chris Brock with a super start on the 420, and he takes the lead ahead of Paul Young, but Young powers ahead as they go down the back straights. Yes, the arm was in the air for Tom Busfield on the grid there. Unable to get away, and we have a faller. Now who's that that's come down at turn 4? I think that's Brock that's gone. Oh, what a shame after the start he made. Chris Brock has spun off there, gets it going again though. Paul Young leads, it's Chris Northover up into second place, and Fergus Bluff, number 56, is in third. Fourth place is Joe Banks in 36, then George Sturgis. And behind them would be number 59. Chris Brock battling it out with Tom Busfield, who has got going again. Wait to see if he does enough laps to be classified. I'll work out who number 59 is. We haven't got a 59 on our list. Pick that up afterwards. Into the last lap goes number 75, Paul Young, ahead of Chris Northover. Bluff, Banks, Sturgis. Sure who number 59 is. Checkered flag goes out though as Paul Young takes the win. Chris Northover second, Bluff is third, Banks fourth, Sturgis fifth. Whoever number 59 is, he comes through into sixth position. Then we've got 420 Chris Brock, who remounted, and 850 of Tom Busfield gets to the finish. Well, number 59 there, confusing us, that was Phil Hunt, and he's actually in the rookie class. He's come out of race too soon and finished sixth in the pro and inter race. That's not bad. That was rather bizarre. Proved his worth, though. Third round of races here at the Adrian Flux Arena. We begin with the rookies. Shorter races this time, and the meeting running a bit late. This one will see Norm Jost, number 94, 911, that's Johnny James. And completing the front row, we should have 585 Danny Williams. Yep, he's on his way round. The second row, 108, that's Annalie North. 233 is Guy Horner. 178 is Carrie Burgess. Should have had 811, but she's not in the rookie class today. 240 Rob Casson is there. Ian Fisher 663, Chris Pugh 149, and the number 59 of Phil Hunt. Yeah, he's come out for the right race this time. Chris Pugh's going to be in with a good chance here, so is Danny Williams. Possibly Guy Horner could be an outside bet as well. Four laps this time. Watch for the green lights. Nose drives and off they go. Great start by Danny Williams on the 5.85. 9.11 Johnny James gets away well into the first turn. Looks like Williams has just got the advantage on the outside. Coming through from the back is Chris Pugh. Phil Hunt struggling to get going this time. Maybe he should have stuck with the pro and inter races. But anyway, it's 5.85 Danny Williams who has got the lead. Second place 9.11 of Johnny James. Side by side the third, Chris Pugh and Guy Horner. Then we've got Norm Joss. Then a gap back to 6.63 of Ian Fisher. Good battle for third going on here. Chris Pugh and Guy Horner. Johnny James trying to chase down our race leader. It's Danny Williams, Dennis the Menace out in front. Looking for his first win of the day in the rookie category. No, his second win, of course, in the second round. He took the win when Jesse James thought the race was over 1 lap too soon. Jesse Moore thought the race was over 1 lap too soon. Johnny James under fire there from Chris Pugh, tries to nudge his way through on the inside. That can let Guy Horner in as well. Checkered flag is up and ready, and Danny Williams takes the win. Pugh does get through for second place. James third. Fourth goes to Guy Horner. Norm Joss a good fifth. Sixth is the 6.63 of Ian Fisher. Seventh for Annalise North. Eighth goes to 2.40 Rob Casser. Ninth is Carrie Burgess, and Phil Hunt, after stalling on the grid, takes 10th. Rookie round 3, heat number 2 up next then. 7 to 8 Jesse Moore will be on the front of the grid this time, alongside Daniel Newlove. 160, 2.34 Matt Smith, and 2.29 of Rob Kirtland. Second row treble 3 Gavin Lee. 2.27, which is Emily Moore, and 61, that's of Albert Wilshire. Third row 2.07 Stuart Cope. 1.15, which is Mark Barton. 2.71 Gareth Ashman, had a win earlier on. And completing the field, number 34, which is Richard Wilshire. All in position then, ready for heat number 2. Who's it going to be this time? Jesse Moore starts the favourite from pole, moving across Rob Kirtland. What a start there from the outside. Moore will fire up the inside. There's contact as they go into the first turn. Moore gets through into the lead. But that was a lightning start by Rob Kirtland. He's in second place. Side by side for third. Matt Smith in there. He's about to be swallowed up and into the fence. Oh, goodness me. Mark Barton crashes out into the air fence at turn 3. So he's okay. Thought he was going to go over the top for a second there. That's his second fall of the day. He went down in the mini bikes earlier on. So Jesse Moore leads the way. Who's in second as they come round? It's still Rob Kirtland. Third is Matt Smith. Gareth Ashman up to fourth. And it's Emily Moore, Daniel Newlove, and 34 of Wilshire. Richard Wilshire, that is. Then we've got the 2.07, which is Stuart Cope. Albert Wilshire. Mark Barton, I think, has got clear. Yes, he's on the centre. Jesse Moore into his last lap. Good to see Mark Barton's okay. Gavin Lee at the back in treble 3. But Jesse Moore has got clear. He's keeping it going this time until the checkered flag. Here he comes in to take the win. Moore takes it. Kirtland second. Matt Smith third. Gareth Ashman fourth. Fifth is Emily Moore. Sixth goes to Daniel Newlove. Seventh, Richard Wilshire. Eighth, Stuart Cope. Ninth, Albert Wilshire. Gavin Lee. 10th, Mark Barton, a non-finisher. It's a bizarre incident there. Just seemed to shoot out wide and go into the air fence there. He thought he was going to flip over the top. So the
Officials just check the fence isn't damaged too badly there, and then we'll be underway with rookies heat number 3 of round 3. Then it'll be time for our timekeeper James to add the scores up and see who the top 12 are getting into the rookies final. Okay, for heats number 3 of round 3 then, Luke Potter will be on the front of the grid along with 786 Johnny Northover and 714 Rowan Jorge, 212 of Dan Green, 127, that's Dave Lamberts, 144 Rupert Farnsworth, and 909 James Woodruff, who's looking for a hat-trick. Then we've got 971 Jake Packham, 269 which is Peter Kimber, 327 Nigel Coleman, 96 Paul Monks, and 110 that is D Hardwick. Paul Monks the last into line. Revs rise, and away they go. Good start by Rowan Jorge. Great start by Dave Lambert as well, and James Woodruff going down the outside, surely going to take the lead as they exit the first turn. Yes, he's got it already. Away goes James Woodruff. Look at the lead he's got already as they head into turn 3. Everybody else trying to be second. Rowan Jorge, Hawkeye as he's known, holds second. Here comes 82 of Luke Potter through into 3rd place. Dave Lambert fighting it out for 4th position. Potter on the outside, defended there by Hawkeye. Diving through on the inside. Who is that up into 3rd place? It's Potter who's got through to 2nd. Up to 3rd, that's the 269 of Peter Kimber. Dave Lambert side by side with Hawkeye. Then we've got Johnny Northover, Jake Packham, Nigel Coleman, Dan Green, and the rest of them. Well, no answer to the pace of James Woodruff. He will be our top qualifier in the rookies. Peter Kimber runs Luke Potter wide, goes through into 2nd place. He's running well today, Peter Kimber. He's heading for the finals. Dave Lambert up there in 4th. Then we've got Jake Packham and a spill after the race in round 2. Checkered flag at the ready then. It's going to be a win for James Woodruff. He takes it by a clear margin. Kimber 2nd. Luke Potter nearly loses it on the last bend. Finishes 3rd though. Lambert 4th. Packham 5th. Northover 6th. 7th goes to Nigel Coleman. Hawkeye is 8th. 9th is Dan Green, 10th Paul Monks, 11th Rupert Farnsworth, and 12th for 110 of D Hardwick. That concludes the rookies qualifiers then. Top 12 from all of their heats will now be worked out. They will go onto the grid for the final. It's an 8-lap final for the rookies today. Next up we'll have the mini bike modifieds for their 3rd heats. Finals 6. Yeah. Okay, so coming out for the mini bike modifieds then, Freddie Trott Jr. on a hat-trick coming into this one. We've got 36, Jo Banks on the front row, along with Jamie Kimber. She's okay after her fall earlier on. A lot of falls in Heat 2. Gavin Lee, treble 3, number 13, Gary Inman on the front row. No Kevin Kennedy, took a knock earlier on. John Dyer is there, and Rudy Mello. 34, Richard Wilshire should be back out. He was out in the previous race though. Don't think he's there. Freddie Trott is there, Glenn Elliott, Jeremy Kimber. So missing a couple of bikes after the attrition earlier on. Let's rise and away they go. Start by Joe Banks, good start by Trott from the back. He cuts through the first couple of rows. It's Gary Inman who's got the lead though in on the number 13. Trott got through in a second place. No, it's Kimber in second place as they head into turn 3. Jamie Kimber, Freddie Trott in third. Looks like it's Gavin Lee. And another one goes in exactly the same place. There must be a magnet in that winner fence. Who's that? It's Gavin Lee. Treble 3 has come down. They're exactly the same as Mark Barton in the previous race. He gets out of the way. The race continues. Freddie Trott has gone into the lead, I think. Yes, indeed he has. It's Gavin Lee, Triple 3, who has come down there. He's okay. Gary Inman second, Jamie Kimber third, Jeremy Skip is fourth, and Joe Banks back in fifth. Not having the strongest of days on the mini bikes. Glenn Elliott is next on the 15. Well, it's certainly been a rather destructive day for our mini bike classes, hasn't it? Freddie Trott leads the way. Jamie Kimber up the inside to attack number 13 of Gary Inman. Yep, she's through, but Inman returns the compliment coming off turn 2. Jeremy Skip running wide off turn 2 in fourth place. Joe Banks is fifth. Checkered flag is at the ready. Freddie Trott comes in to complete his hat-trick. Inman second, ahead of Kimber. Good fight between those two. Skip fourth, Banks fifth, Dyer sixth, Elliott seventh. Eighth goes to Rudy Mello. Gavin Lee, I don't think did enough laps to be classified. Did get going again to cross the line, but he won't be classified. To the stock mini bikes. Next up then for race 3. 14 of Max Inman will start off from the front in this one. Darren Legg on the front row for this one, along with 114. We were told 114 was Simeon Anderson. It's actually Dean Hancock's on 114, so apologies to Dean. A mix-up over numbers there. He's booked in as 144. Darren Legg is there. Joe Banks, Rob Nichols, Sam Neville, James Woodruff. Watch for Stuart Robson from the back. They're underway. Max Inman gets away well, so does Joe Banks. It's Inman who leads the way into that first turn. He's looking for his second win of the day here. Joe Banks took the first hit. Down the back straight they go. Here comes Sam Neville through the middle, the Amman Valley round winner. Scored 4 out of 4 on that occasion. He's up to fourth. Max Inman leads. James Woodruff on the attack. He could win 2 classes today. Oh, he's clipped the back as I say that. He comes down. Look out. Oh no. Pile up there on turns 1 and 2. And the red flag comes out. Well, I'll definitely put the commentator's curse on James Woodruff there. Sorry, James. Just as I said, he could win 2 classes there. He clipped a back wheel, down he went, and everybody else piled into him. It looks like he's okay. Who else is in there? About 4 or 5 riders gone into that pile-up. Okay, lining up for the rerun of stock mini bike seats at number 3 then. Darren Legg, Max Inman, Joe Banks and Dean Hancock's on the front row. Rob Nichols, Sam Neville, Anneli North and the 22 of Rob Cooling on the second row. Ian Fisher and Stuart Robson completes the 3 rows. We are underway. Max Inman goes into the lead. We get back underway here at the Adrian Flux Arena. Joe Banks into second place and Stuart Robson's already come through from the back. Won many speedway heats here in his career. He's up into third place ahead of the Amman Valley round winner Sam Neville. Round the outside goes Robson, going for second on the outside of Joe Banks on the 36. It's 14 of Max Inman who leads the way. Could we see a surprise here today from Stuart Robson on his flat track debut? Fourth place is 105 of Sam Neville. And fifth behind them, Darren Legg. He's going well on the 124. Chased by 114. That's Dean Hancock's. 22, Rob Cooling. Sure, he used to ride Speedway many years ago as well, if I remember rightly, at Oxford several years ago. Unless it's not the same Rob Cooling, of course. Sam Neville chasing hard in third on the back of Joe Banks. It's the last lap we go. Robson trying to make a move on the outside of Max Inman. Here he comes round the outside off turn 2. Is he going to get through? They're side by side down the back straight. He could be in for a close finish here. He's going to go for the last bend lunge around the outside. Here comes Stuart Robson. Can he pip number 14, Max Inman, on the line? Not quite. Inman wins it. Robson second. Banks third. Neville fourth. Fifth goes to Darren Legg. Sixth is Dean Hancock's. Seventh, it is Annalise North. Eighth for Rob Nichols. And Ian Fisher just beats Rob Cooling for ninth. That concludes the heats for the mini bike stock category. Then looks like Max Inman may well be the top qualifier for the final. And next up we move on to Thunder Bikes. First half of their entry for round 3, heat 1. 160 will lead them out. Daniel Newlove. 111 Wesley Agius, 143 is James Smith. 42 Tom Clemens will be in with a good chance here. 131 Gareth Howes should be out there. James O'Hara, number 66. Paul Young, 75. Number 12 is Tim Newbrook. Haven't got 277 Simon Walsh. 8 bikes for this one. And off they go. Quick start by James Smith from the outside of the front row. He goes into an early lead by a clear margin. Tom Clemens looks like he's coming through into second place. Down the back straight they go. Wesley Agius in the pink in third place. Your leader is James Smith, number 143. Clemens holding second. Good James Smith. They're about to take the win today in the Thunderbike class and move up on the points lead. I don't think he'll overhaul Chris Jenner today, the points leader. Wesley Agius could be in with a chance as well, having a go on the outside of Tom Clemens there. Paul Young in fourth place. The twins category. He's all set to take the lead of their point standings today with Gary Birtwistle absent. And a gap back to the fight for fifth position. Wesley Agius having a go for the outside, and he goes through. Agius leads into the last lap. Good move there on turn 4. Clemens is down to third. First 4 still clear of Daniel Newlove in fifth. Gareth Howes 6th. James O'Hara 7th. Tim Newbrook is 8th. It's going to be Wesley Agius by the look of it. He could well be our top qualifier in the Thunderbike class on his first appearance of the season in the class. He's wide off the last bend, but he takes the win. Smith second, Clemens third, Young fourth. And who's going to be fifth? Coming through, Gareth Howes, side by side, just fails to catch Daniel Newlove. 7th is James O'Hara, and 8th Tim Newbrook. Wesley Agius takes the win then. Great move round the outside of James Smith there. They're both going to be contenders for the Thunderbike honours later on. Paul Young will be the favourites for the twin category, especially with Kai Forte suffering bike problems today. The other half of the entry then, John Bell leads them out on the 18. 911 Johnny James will be out there in this one. Number 40, which is of course Kai Forte, makes his way out. Gary Inman, number 13, will be in this one. 77, which is Steve Newsham. 134 Chris Jenner, the points leader in the Thunderbikes. 240 Rob Casson. I think there's one more bike to come out, which will most likely be Peter Wilkinson. I know Gareth Williamson just getting push started there. He's been having problems with that bike all day. We don't seem to have Peter Wilkinson, number 99/47. Okay, looks like just the 6 then. No Gareth Williamson. It's Bell, James and Inman on the front row. Off they go, and it's the Yamaha. John Bell makes the best getaway. Good start by Chris Jenner from the second row. Towards the back straight they go then. Bell leads it. Somebody slow away at the back. I think that's Rob Casson. Gary Inman in second place. Coming through for third is Chris Jenner, 1-3-4. Then Johnny James, then Kai Forte. He's had time to work on his Yamaha. It looks like it's finally running properly, so he could be able to challenge Paul Young for the twin class victory today. It's John Bell on another Yamaha that leads away, third in the Thunderbike points, only 3 points off James Smith. He leads. Slow at the back is Rob Casson, number 240. He's got some sort of a problem. Towards the last lap come the leaders. It could be a challenge on for second here. Gary Inman on the green, sideburn by Coltitz at the moment. Chris Jenner third. Here comes Kai Forte in yellow. It's going to be a win for John Bell, number 18. Leading from the front in Thunderbikes round 3. Heat number 2, here he comes. Takes the win. Inman just holds off Jenner for second. Forte third, fourth rather. Fifth goes to 911 of Johnny James. And Rob Casson, struggling in that one, will finish in 6th place. Gareth Williamson, a non-starter. What have we got next then? We've got the youth seniors. Charlie Kelly going for a hat-trick. Don't forget the snack bar and licensed bar are still open. Down on the home straight underneath the stands. Meeting being captured on film by Tapes Up Productions. That will be available. We get full edit of this meeting via YouTube soon. (221) Ashton Vale leads them out then on his debut in the youth senior category. 91 Leon Collier, Charlie Kelly on a hat-trick on the 11. 73 Erin Dyer. 36 that's Lizzie Banks. 93 Boyd Boardman completes the lineup. Off from the back. Let's begin to rise and off they go. Boyd Boardman hasn't got away. Away goes Leon Collier into the lead. Erin Dyer in second place. Charlie Kelly going for the outside. Up into second place goes Charlie Kelly, continuing his rivalry with Leon Collier. 21 from the 11, and Ashton Vale round the outside. He's had a good day, up in the third place there ahead of Erin Dyer. Maddie Banks is in 5th place, and Boyd Boardman's got it going. Hopefully he'll be able to do enough laps to qualify for points as Charlie Kelly attacks for the lead once again. Goes outside, then inside through turns 3 and 4. We're sliding it speedway style there into turn 1. Down the back straight, Collier from Kelly. Ashton Vale is closing on these two. This is impressive. Kelly to the inside as they go into the final lap. Then it's Erin Dyer. Again, Collier holds him off. He wants to end Charlie Kelly's unbeaten run, which has stood since Heat 1 at Amman Valley. Through turns 3 and 4, here they come. I think Leon Collier's done it. Yes, he's beaten Charlie Kelly. Third goes to Ashton Vale. Fourth is going to be Erin Dyer. Maddie Banks will be 5th, and Boyd Boardman, a non-finisher. How many laps did he do? So no points for Boyd Boardman, unfortunately, there. And next we're on to the vintage category for their third round of heats. Heat 1 of round 3.
Okay, John Harrison and Rick Bearcroft in position, Mark Russell as well. So it's still no Vince Hurst. He has been out today with the Norton. He was out in practice, I think, this morning, but has not appeared to race. There's a gap on row 3. Watch for Sean Kelly from the back. John Harrison's had a quiet day. Gives you a good result on 72, and he's made a good start. Kelly cuts through the middle as well, nearly clips Ed Lonergan. Here we go into the first turn. Looks like it is Rick Bearcroft who has got the early lead on the 39. 69 of Doncaster gets around the outside in the bright blue colours there into second place, and Mark Russell, 48, in third. Here comes Sean Kelly around the outside. He's going to try and get up into third place. 29 Will Smith is there on the inside. John Harrison through the middle as well. Mark Russell's going backwards. Doncaster around the outside is going to take the lead through turns 1 and 2. It's all happening here in this heat 1 of round 3 for the vintage bikes. Sean Kelly attacking Bearcroft for second place. Rick Bearcroft, who only completed one race at Amman Valley before his bike broke down. I think better fortunes here, but Sean Kelly attacking on the inside. He wants another win. Fourth place is Mike Fisher on the Bultaco. They've gone clear. Will Smith in 5th, John Harrison 6th, Mark Russell 7th, Darren Legg is 8th. Then Ed Lonergan down to 9th. Sean Kelly at the inside on turn 4. He takes the lead down the home straight into the final lap. Yellow, blue, black, red. And in red is Mike Fisher moving through on the outside. It's going to be another win for the flying Sean Kelly, looking to remain unbeaten today in the 2-stroke category. He takes the win. Nick Doncaster second, Fisher third, and Bearcroft fourth. Looks like it was Smith in 5th place, then Harrison. 7th to Mark Russell, 8th Darren Legg, 9th Ed Lonergan, 10th Paul Murrell, and 11th Jason Wood. So another win for Sean Kelly, continuing his dominant run today. See if he can do it again in the final, as he did at Amman. The other half of the vintage bike entry out next. We'll have 404 Ben Eddings, 99, which is Peter Wilkinson, hopefully back out in this one. Yes, he is. 0 of Adrian Soanes, 257 Carl Swatteridge, and 271 Gareth Ashman on the front row. .663 Ian Fisher, 143 James Smith, 140 David Webb, and 585 Danny Williams next. Then 176 Mark Rosier, 94 Norm Joss, 555 Simon Bird, and 736 Vaughan Williams completing the grid. Looks like 271 is not there. Full grid other than that. 11 bikes. 12 bikes, sorry. Here we go. Simon Bird gets a lightning start. There's no way through from the back of the field. It'll be Ben Eddings, 404, in the red and yellow shirt that has the early lead there, fighting his way around the outside is Peter Wilkinson. He's made a good start on the twin. Who's this breezing through up the inside down the back straight? Danny Williams, I think. 3 wide for third. James Smith in the middle. Bird getting around the outside now. Cracking first up there. Simon Bird on the attack. Williams has come through to second. It's Ben Eddings that has just about held his lead ahead of Peter Wilkinson. That was a great start by Peter. He's going back into third, or trying to. Round the outside goes Williams. He takes the lead. It's a frantic race at the front. 585 of Danny Williams has the lead, willing his machine on. Simon Bird goes through into second. Eddings is down to third. And it's Wilkinson. Coming through behind them, David Webb. Then we've got Sir James Smith, who's lost out on the outside there. Then a gap back to Carl Swatteridge. Out of shape there, David Webb on turn 4. Into the final lap. They know there's less distance, less time to make their moves. First 2 have broken away. Looks like it's going to be Danny Williams on the 585. Here he comes around the final turn. Simon Bird's not going to catch him, and Williams takes the win on the Bultaco. Bird second, Wilkinson takes third, then 3 wide for fourth. I think James Smith just got there ahead of Webb, Eddings. Then it's Swatteridge, Soanes, Rosier, Vaughan Williams, Ian Fisher, and Norm Joss. My goodness, that was frantic. Simon Bird fails to take the hat-trick then. Danny Williams defeats him. Next up on track today, it will be the youth intermediates. Wyatt Hopkins looking for another victory. Maddie Banks back out there. Good to see Wilbur Skip back out after a couple of falls today. On a slightly larger bike than he's used to. Revs rise and we're underway. Good start by Wyatt Hopkins from the outside and a good getaway by Maddie Banks as well. She's going to try and get up into second on the inside there of the 78 Wilbur Skip. Wyatt Hopkins pulls away, looking for another victory. Wilbur Skip just aiming to get some points on the board, failed to finish heat 2 after a fall. Maddie up there in second place, trying to close in on Wyatt Hopkins. A little closer bunched up than they were earlier on, these three youth inters. 78 trying to close in. Can Wilbur Skip take Maddie Banks here for second place? They're not going to catch Wyatt Hopkins. Only one more lap to go this time. Gap's coming down for that second place. Here comes Wilbur. Finds his way blocked there. Good defensive riding by Maddie. He's going to try again off turn 2. He's going to try and go the long way round. Again, Maddie defends. This is good racing between these two. Wyatt Hopkins is heading for another win on the 100. It's going to be close for second. Hopkins takes the win. Here comes Wilbur Skip. He hasn't done it. Maddie Banks holds on. Good ride by Maddie. And Wilbur Skip takes third. Remember, every point is important for overall success in the youth categories. So your heat points all count towards your final total. It's looking good for Wyatt Hopkins. 3 out of 3 in the heats. Next up, it's the hooligan category, with Jack Bell in dominant form so far there. We'll have the 6 hooligan bikes back out for this one. 704 Jake Young. 37, that is Leah Toklev. 93, that's Jack Bell. 38 is George Pickering on the Indian, as is Chris Northover, 786. 707, Austin Powers. Austin Herman completes the lineup. Once again, the hooligan bikes, once away Indian motorcycles gets underway. Jack Bell leads them off. Good start by Jake Young, the points leader. Side by side there with, I think that's George Pickering up into second place. Move down the back straight. Such a spectacular sight and sound, these big 750cc plus machines. Jack Bell proving himself to be a serious talent, not just on the hooligan bikes, but in the pros as well. Could we see him take a pro victory today? He's got to overcome Toby Hales before he can think about that. Leah Toklev closing up on Jake Young for third place. 38.
Pickering. Toklev has a look there into turn 1. Can't quite get the overlap. Austin Herman makes a move on Chris Northover, comes through for 5th place. 1 lap to go for Jack Bell. Here comes Toklev around the outside, nearly contact there with the 704. Leah will try again on the final turn, I think, but it's going to be another win for 93 Jack Bell. Here he comes. Takes the win. 38 George Pickering will be second. Who's going to be third? It's going to be Jake Young ahead of Leah Toklev, and nearly lost it there on the final turn. 5th place. Oh, Austin Herman, I think, just got there for 5th place. He's pleased with that. Chris Northover relegated to 6th. The youth junior class up next. Oscar Osborne Wilkes will start as the favourite, but he was beaten in Heat 2 by Toby Johnson, only managed 5th place. Look at the grid for this one. Toby Johnson will be off from the front along with Jack Johnson, Lola Richardson and 79 Marcy Skip. Second row, 65 Oscar Osborne Wilkes, Jaden Lewis, 72, Bo Vernon and the 22 of Jessica Cooling. Then we've got the Fortes, Lincoln 140 and Colby 401. 188 Poppy Vernon and 36 Harry Banks. Vernon on the worst for a spill earlier on. Just waiting for Harry Banks to move into line. Getting Jack Johnson's bike going there. So I've got a problem here for Jack Johnson at the moment, so just bear with us while we get his bike going. We don't seem to have Lola Richardson either. Waiting for Harry Banks to move into line. He should be on row 3 on the outside, I think. Yes, there he goes. Okay, here we go then. Heat 3 for the youth junior category, and a bit of lift there for Jake Johnson. A bit too much throttle. He's kept the front wheel down now, though. He's in 2nd place. Toby Johnson takes the lead on 161, and one machine hasn't got away. Oh, it's Harry Banks. Poppy Vernon slow away as well. She's been having problems getting off the line all day. 36 Banks moves out of the way. Toby Johnson leads it. 2nd place is Marcy Skip. We've got a faller. I think that's Bo Vernon again. Almost the same place as earlier on. And we're going to go Reds. We're going to go Reds. Race stopped. Let's look at Harry Banks, another chance, getting push started there. Poor old Bo Vernon, he's got something against that part of the track, obviously. Poppy Vernon another chance as well after she stalled on the line. Bo Vernon is going to restart from the back. He won't let that hold him back through, though. He came through for a top 3 up from the back after falling earlier on. Okay, attempt 2 with heat 3 for the juniors. Away they go. Better start this time by Jack Johnson on the 48s. This time, oh, Oscar Osborne-Wilkes hasn't got away this time. They are having some issues getting off the line, aren't they? Toby Johnson has the lead then. Going for second on the inside is Marcy Skip. Chasing Jack Johnson. Then it's Jaden Lewis up into 4th place. Then one of the Fortes. Here comes the 140. That is Lincoln Forte round the outside. Poppy Vernon moving up as well. And Oscar Osborne-Wilkes can't get his bike going. That'll affect his overall score. Could he be beaten for the first time? Because of course it's on cumulative points encompassing heats and finals in junior classes. Yes, he's out. Great shame for Oscar. Toby Johnson, his big rival, out in front. Jack Johnson second, but he's under fire. Is that Marcy Skip coming through for second place? Yes, it is. She's ridden very well indeed today. Coming through for third, that's 140. That's Lincoln Forte up to third. Then we've got the Vernons, Jessica Cooling, Jaden Lewis, and Colby Forte and Harry Banks into the last lap now. It's going to be a clear win for Toby Johnson on the 161. Comes in to take the flag. Who's going to be second? Round the outside comes Forte, but Marcy Skip gets there. Lincoln Forte third, Jack Johnson fourth, then the Vernons cross the line together. 7th for Jessica Cooling, 8th is Jaden Lewis, 9th for Colby Forte, and 10th Harry Banks. And Oscar Osborne-Wilkes, a non-finisher. So that's going to change things in the overall classification, I reckon. But that could have just cost Oscar Osborne-Wilkes overall victory, sadly. Toby Johnson looking good here. We'll wait and see what happens in the final, though. Of course, it's double points. We move on next to the Pro and Intermediates in the Nationals category. Okay, here we go then. Getting ready to get back underway with our Pro and Intermediates DTRA UK Flat Track Nationals category. Mark Richardson leads them out, number 18. Followed by, I think that's Gareth Williamson, yep, 147. Chris Northover, 786. There's 850, Tom Busfield. Northover will take pole position for this one. 168, that's Aaron Vale. 105, Sam Neville, doubling up with the mini bikes. 36, that's Joe Banks. No Wag Scott for this one, she was in that pile-up earlier. First Chris Northover gets away well, so does Joe Banks. It's Northover that leads around the first turn. Up into third is Gareth Williamson. Then we have got Mark Richardson. Side by side for second place. Gareth Williamson has it at the moment on the inside. It's Chris Northover who leads on the orange 786 machine. Here comes the skeleton. Gareth Williamson up the outside. 147. He takes the lead. Clears off down the back straight. Third place It is still Joe Banks under fire from Richardson, then Sam Neville and Tom Busfield. Dropping back is Aaron Vale. Richardson up in the third, he gets ahead of Banks on the outside. It's Aaron Vale struggling on the 168 there, he's got a problem by the look of it. Williamson leads. Pro category points, he's only 12th, made the final in Wales. Finished down the order though. Chris Northover up there in second place, second in the inter categories, had a pair of third places so far in finals. Mark Richardson up on the outside. Vale has pulled off, there's the checkered flag. Williamson wins it, who's going to be second? Photo finish across the line. Fourth place is Joe Banks, fifth Sam Neville, and sixth Tom Busfield. Okay, we'll have to go to the transponders to see who was second there. Chris Northover got second, and Mark Richardson third. Mark Richardson just asking where he finished there. He couldn't tell either. Well, Gareth Williamson took the win on the 147. Now on to round 3, heat 2. 253, Freddie Trotz will head the grid for this one. 99 will be alongside him. That's Stephen Campbell. And number 81, Mike Goodfellow. Second row, 129, that's Will Smith. 111, Wesley Adjus. And the 217 of Stephen Gernhill, yes, he's there. Jordan Miller on row 3, number 19. No Kevin Kennedy, of course, after his crash earlier. Rob Mears there, and Joe Brindley. We are missing a couple of bikes from this one. So just a half dozen into that first turn. It's Freddie Trott who's made a good start. Jordan Miller up on the outside, 3 wide for the lead out of turn 2. Miller up against the fence. It's Freddie Trott Jr. who has got the lead, trying to win back his lead in the intermediate points today. Rob Mears around the outside of the 500, he goes through. Well, Rob Mears staking his claim for pro honours today. Got past Jordan Miller very quickly there, and Mike Goodfellow. Fifth position is Stephen Gernhill, Joe Brindley at the back. Race their way into the early sunset here at the Adrian Flux Arena. The Meerkat has the lead. Trott in second. Jordan Miller trying to dive bomb Mike Goodfellow there. Geroff says Mike Goodfellow, but he runs wide, and up into third goes Jordan Miller. Stephen Gernhill still hanging on in 5th place ahead of Joe Brindley. Back of it now. It's Rob Mears on the 500. Say pro victory today between him, Toby Hales, and possibly Jack Bell. With no Gary Birtwistle, so it looks as though his championship lead's going to be lost. Rob Mears takes the win. Second place just goes to Freddie Trott ahead of Jordan Miller. Mike Goodfellow is next, then Gernhill, and finally Brindley. It didn't take Rob Mears long to come through there. It was Jordan Miller challenging Freddie Trott for the lead initially. From 4th to 1st, almost in a single move, through came Rob Mears. He takes the win in round 3, heat 2. Heat 3 next, George Sturgis will be off the front row along with Leah Toklov. Then we've got 139, which is Simon Parkin, and 135. 135 is Pete Marshall. Second row, Chris Brock, 420. Number 20, Toby Hales. And 56, which is Fergus Bluff. Third row, 93 of Jack Bell. 555, Simon Bird. And 75, Paul Young. So Hales and Bell are going to be the 2 to watch here from rows 2 and 3. No Simon Parkin on the front row. Everybody else is there. Let's rise and play. And to the first turn, watch for Toby Hales coming through the middle. George Sturgis will lead from the inside of the front row. Hales is boxed in there in 3rd place, trying to get round Leah Toklov on the 37. She got away well. Hales to the inside now into turn 3. He's surely going to go through. There he goes. Into the lead, running out very wide, nearly into the fence there. And back is Fergus Bluff on the 56. Sturgis in 2nd. 3rd is Toklov. Jack Bell's caught on the wide line there. He's down to 6 behind Paul Young, who's come through nicely. Simon Bird up there in 4th. He's having a good day. Here comes Paul Young on the outside. Jack Bell back to the inside. They're going to swallow up Simon Bird there, either side of him. Jack Bell and Paul Young. Fergus Bluff behind them. Pete Marshall dropping back in 135. Last lap flag is out for Toby Hales. He's heading for victory. Sturgis in 2nd. Now here comes Jack Bell attacking Leah Toklev, who's going well in 3rd. Side by side, off the turn. Bell's going to try and pull ahead down the back straight, but Toklev is there. It's going to be a win for Hales ahead of George Sturgis. Hales takes it. Sturgis 2nd. Who's going to be 3rd? It's going to be Leah Toklev. No! Jack Bell dives through on the final turn. 5th place for Paul Young. It's Fergus Bluff next home, then Simon Bird and the rest of them. Right then, that concludes the heats section of today's round 4 of the 2021 Indian Motorcycle DTRA UK Flat Track Nationals here at the Adrian Flux Arena. And now we move on to the finals, beginning with the rookies. Okay, the top qualifier, number 909, James Woodruff for the rookies final. Uh, 48, Jack Johnson, he's done a good day. Top qualifier with 45 points, James Woodruff. Danny Williams scored 42. Then Jesse Moore on 7.28. Next highest was Peter Kimber on 2.69. They completes the front row. 5th highest qualifier, 1.49, Chris Pugh on 37. Gareth Ashman, 2.71, scored 32. 82, Luke Potter scored 31. And Rob Kirkland scored 28. They're on the 2nd row. 9th highest qualifier, Nigel Coleman on 28 points. He'll be on row 3. 10th was Jake Packham, 9.71. 11th was 1.27 Dave Lambert, and 12th 2.33 Guy Horner. Those are your qualifiers for this rookie final. Your points leader is James Woodruff with 2 round wins and a 2nd this year. He's 10 points up on Jesse Moore in the points. They and Chris Pugh are going to be the main contenders. Here we go with the first of the finals. Are underway. Super start by Peter Kimber on the 2.69. I didn't expect that. He leads the way into the first turn. He's ahead of Jesse Moore, and Woodruff is in 3rd place. Not the best of starts by number 82, Luke Potter, nor by Chris Pugh. He's back in the midfield. It's Danny Williams up there in 4th. Moore making a move off turn 4. He takes the lead now. This is going to change things for the championship with 909, James Woodruff down in 3rd place. Now he'll pick up 14 points if it stays like this. If Jesse Moore can win this, it's going to be very close for the championship. I think Woodruff will just about hold his lead. Well, he's going through into 2nd. Takes Peter Kimber. Jesse Moore out front looking for his first final win of the season. Woodruff is looking for his 3rd. Kimber running wide now after his fast start is starting to fall back. There go the leaders. Danny Williams 4th. Gareth Ashman rounding out the top 5 ahead of Luke Potter. James Woodruff is chasing down our race leader. Here he goes up the back straight. He's going through. Woodruff takes the lead. Moore fights back. Dives up the inside. Bash! There's contact between the two of them. Moore retakes it. He's a very aggressive rider, is Jesse Moore. Woodruff straight back up the inside into turn 1. He retakes the place. Kimber fighting with Williams for 3rd place. A cracking race in the first of our finals. Woodruff is back ahead. Jesse Moore tries to fight back. But it's James Woodruff out front, looking for final number 3 this season to keep his championship lead. Jesse Moore will be 2nd in the points. Where is Chris Pugh? He's well back in the order. Mark Barton 4th in the points. He hasn't qualified. Kimber up there in third. He's having a go for second place now. Peter Kimber, only 18th in the point standings at the moment. This will really rocket him up, and he's going for second place. He's going through down the back straight. Superb. Into the final lap. Oh, Jesse Moore's fallen on turn 4. Moore has gone. This is really going to increase Woodruff's points lead now. Peter Kimber's close. Peter Kimber can win this if he plays his cards right on this last bend. Is he going to catch James Woodruff here? Here he comes. Is he going to do it? Not quite. Woodruff wins. Kimber second. Williams will take third. It's Packham coming through for fourth place. Ashman fifth. Pugh sixth. 127 Lambert was 7th, Luke Potter only 8th, Kirtland 9th, Coleman 10th, Horner 11th, and Jesse Moore I think will be classified in 12th. So Freddie Trott Jr. looking to extend his points lead. It'll take a disaster for him to lose it here. Only 1 point covering the next 3 though. Jamie Kimber, Gary Inman and Jeremy Skip. All those 4 on the front row there. Freddie Trott has taken grid 3. It's Skip on the inside. Banks off 2. Inman from the outside. 9 bikes out there for our final for the modified mini bikes. Off they go. Trott gets away well, so does Skip, and Trott gets across the front of Gary Inman, who cuts to the inside into the first turn. He won't get through though. Oh, and a faller there. Who's that's gone down? I think that might be Banks that's fallen. A rare fall for Joe Banks on the 36. He's trying to get back on the bike there. Here come your leaders. It's Trott in the clear ahead of Inman. Skip in third. Jamie Kimber is in 4th place. John Dyer in 5th. Now disaster for Joe Banks. 4th highest qualifier. But he's out of it. 6 laps the distance then, and Freddie Trott is already clear heading for final number 3 for the season. Almost the length of a straight clear of Gary Inman in 2nd. Jeremy Skip in 3rd. Has Banks got going again? Yes, he has, but he's at least a lap down. He's struggling out. I think he may have damaged the machine. Hope he hasn't damaged himself. It's been an incident-packed day, certainly already today, and still several finals to come. Freddie Trott Jr. in the clear from Gary Inman, who's in turn clear of Jeremy Skip in 3rd. John Dyer coming under fire for 5th from Glenn Elliott, who's had a decent day today. Flag about to go out for the final lap. Rudy Mello next in the order. Then Gavin Lee, who's about to be lapped by Freddie Trott, who takes the last lap flag. Way ahead of Gary Inman. It's going to be final number 3 for the season and extend his championship lead. Gary Inman will go up to 2nd in the points, but it is a win for Freddie Trott. Tries a wheelie across the line. Inman comes over in 2nd. 3rd will be Jeremy Skip on the 64. 4th for Jamie Kimber, so she'll lose 2nd place in the championship standings to Gary Inman. 5th place goes to John Dyer. 6th is Glenn Elliott. 7th it will be Rudy Mello. 8th for Gavin Lee. And Joe Banks remounted to finish at the back. The riders in the Indian motorcycle presentation area down there. Photographers in position. In third place, number 64, Jeremy Skip. Second place, number 13, Gary Inman. And your winner, extending his points lead, 253, Freddie Trott Jr. That's 3 out of 4 for Freddie this year, only beaten at Greenfield in round 2. Well done to the modified mini bikes. It'll be the stock mini bikes out next. Let's have a look at their qualifying positions. Max Inman was their top qualifier with 42 points. Second highest was Joe Banks with 33. He's going to have to do a quick bike swap here. He was out in that previous race and had a fall. And Stuart Robson, the ex-Speedway star, qualified third highest on 31. Sam Neville scored 26. James Woodruff on 22. That's the fifth highest qualifier. Darren Legg, 6th on 16. Steph Oakes qualified 7th on 14. Won't be out in the final though, sadly. Ian Fisher was the 8th highest on 13. Annalie North on 11. Wag Scott on 11. Dean Hancock's on 9. And Robert Nichols on 7. Those are your 12 qualifiers. Max Inman gets first choice of gate positions, then he's gone for the inside. There's Joe Banks, he's back out. Where's he going to go for? He'll go for grid 2. And Stuart Robson goes for grid 3. Leaving Sam Neville with the outside on 105, looking to follow up his maximum 4 out of 4 at Amman Valley. Yet to take a win today though. Next out, James Woodruff. He lines up in grid 7. Third from the inside on the second row. 1, 2, 4, that's Darren Legg. He's gone for grid 6. Ian Fisher will take the inside on 6, 6. No, he's gone for the outside on 6, 6, 3. So Annalie North will move up a place. Obviously no Steph Oakes. No Wag Scott. No Dean Hancock's either. So Rob Nichols starting from the back on the outside. Revs begin to rise then, watch for the green lights. The stock mini bike final gets underway. Joe Banks gets away well, so does Inman, so does Robson. 3 wide down to the first turn. Not such a good start for Sam Neville. It's Robson round the outside of Banks going for the lead, coming out of turn 2. They're side by side down the back straight. So it's Inman there on the inside, not Banks, apologies. Wearing similar colours there. Robson up on the outside is going to take the lead as they complete the first lap. Stuart Robson goes to the front. Max Inman in second place. Look how far back they lean on these bikes. Trying to get as much weight and adhesion as possible over the back wheels. Up the inside, Max Inman retakes the lead down the back straights. Banks in third. Woodruff is fourth, looking for his second class win of the day. Then Neville fifth. They've broken clear of Darren Legg in sixth place. Max Inman from Stuart Robson. Totally different style to Speedway, of course. It's serving him well here. He's keeping pace with Max Inman. Joe Banks led the points coming into this round. Max Inman could be about to take the points lead off him despite missing round 3 at Amman Valley. As Joe Banks only got 8 points in round 1 here at Kings Lynn. Stuart Robson, a newcomer of course. Banks in third ahead of James Woodruff. Then Sam Neville, third in the points at the moment. Try as he might, Robson just can't get up alongside Max Inman. 3 of them going at it for third place. Woodruff's come through now to third. And looks as though, it certainly looks as though Joe Banks is going to lose his points lead here to Max Inman. They're coming round to start the final lap. Max has pulled away now from Robson. He's had 2 second places so far this year here at Kings Lynn and at Greenfield. Max Inman, he's going to take his first final win of the season. Woodruff now through into third, ahead of Neville fourth. Banks is down to fifth, maybe feeling the effects of that spill in the previous race. Checkered flags at the ready. Round the final turn, number 14, Max Inman comes in for victory. Stuart Robson, a great debut in flat track with second place. Woodruff third, Neville fourth, Banks down in fifth. Then Darren Legg will take sixth. Ian Fisher is seventh. Annalie North is eighth. Rob Nichols ninth. Okay, the presentation about to take place down there then. And a second top three of the day in third place for 909 James Woodruff. In second place on his flat track debut, 186 Stuart Robson. Yes, Anthony, you've given James the wrong card. Second place for Stuart Robson. And your winner, number 14, Max Inman. Great debut in flat track for Stuart Robson, but he couldn't catch Max Inman, who will take the points lead. Onto the Thunderbikes and Twins next. They're already on their way out. And the top qualifier, Wesley Agius on 111, 40 points for him. A point ahead of Paul Young, number 75. Paul Young, the leader of the Twins class, all set to take their points lead today. Agius taking grid 3. 143 James Smith, the third highest qualifier, then the Thunderbike points leader Chris Jenner. John Bell, the fifth highest qualifier on number 18. Sixth is Tom Clemens with 34 points, both of them. Seventh highest qualifier Gary Inman, number 13. And eighth was Dan Newlove, number 160. Ninth highest qualifier JJ O'Hara, 66. 131 Gareth Howes. Johnny James and Tim Newbrook complete the dozen. Paul Young has pretty much already won the Twins. He's the only one of the twin bikes to qualify. Let's go for Thunderbike glory. Here we go. Super start by James Smith on the 143. He'll lead the way into the first turn. John Bell trying to get around the outside on the 18. Wesley Agius made a terrible start. He's down into fifth place. It's 143, James Smith who leads. Now how far behind in the points is he? He's 21 points down, so he won't take the points lead away from Chris Jenner. He'll be safely in the lead. The points is in third at the moment, behind Paul Young. As Paul will get the maximum score for the twin category as the only qualifier for this final. Agius back up into fourth. He's got ahead of John Bell. Then we got Tom Clemens. Number 13 of Gary Inman. James O'Hara behind him. Tim Newbrook at the back on the number 12. Challenge could be on for the lead here. Paul Young wants an overall victory. Agius slices his way through into turn 3 past Chris Jenner. Jenner returns the confidence off turn 4. They're side by side. Chris Jenner up the inside, but Agius in the pink holds on in third. John Bell battling it out, getting physical there with Tom Clemens for fifth place. James Smith just about hanging on. Here comes Paul Young on the 75. Treating this as a warm-up for the pro final as well. He knows he's going to get the maximum score in the twin category, because he's the only one to qualify for this final. Agius up the inside, he takes second place. Young fights back. James Smith still holds the lead. Young at the inside, there's contact with Agius. That's unsettled him. This will allow Chris Jenner to close it. Clemens tackling John Bell for fifth place. Then a gap back to Inman, O'Hara, Mueller. Then it's Howes, Johnny James and a slowing Tim Newbrook. Still 143 James Smith out front. Looking for his first final win of the season. I think he's just about done enough to win the Thunderbikes because he's got the twin of Paul Young in between himself and Wesley Agius. He could let Young go here, but he wants to use him as a target. Oh, and Young's clipped his back wheel. That's going to send Young out wide. Agius is going to come through. Young fights back. This is preventing Wesley Agius from challenging James Smith as they lap Tim Newbrook. He's got through James Smith, and I think he's done enough. He's going to win the Thunderbikes division. 143, here he comes, a super start, and he's hung on in front all the way. 143, James Smith wins the Thunderbikes. Agius second, Paul Young wins the Twins. Then Chris Jenner comes home next ahead of Tom Clemens, John Bell, Gary Inman, James O'Hara, Dan Newlove, Gareth Howes, Johnny James, and a lap down Tim Newbrook. Cracking racing there from the Thunderbikes and the Twins. Didn't know 911 was a twin. Ah. Well, he's been... Okay, waiting for the presentation to take place then. And our winner of the twins category, number 75, Paul Young. That will put him into their championship lead as well. With 20 points, that puts him above Gary Birtwistle, who was absent today. And then we'll have the top three in our Thunderbikes division. I'll make my way into the presentation area as the youth seniors come out on track. And taking third place was 134 Chris Jenner. Second, 111 of Wesley Agius. And a first final win of the season, 143 James Smith. Congratulations, gents. Well done to the Thunderbikes and the twins. Let's have a look at the grid for our youth senior final then, allowing the Thunderbikes to leave the track. Charlie Kelly was our top qualifier on 42 points, Leon Collier on 39, Ashton Vale with 30, 3 third places, Erin Dyer 3 fourth places, she's on 27. Lizzie Banks missed the first heat, but has qualified 5th on 16, and Boyd Boardman on 15, of course had a non-finish in heat 3. Six bikes out there then. Can anyone stop Charlie Kelly? If anyone can, Leon Collier can. This is going to be interesting. There's only 3 points between them, and of course it's double points on this final. So if Collier can beat Charlie Kelly, then he'll make up a margin of 6 points, 30 to 24. There's only 3 points between the two of them. Either of those two could still win it. Here we go then. It's Collier versus Kelly, and Collier makes the starts. Ashton Vale getting away well from the outside. Leon Collier takes the lead then. Now, battle is joined. Of course, it's the overall total across all 4 races that will decide the round winner, not necessarily the final winner. Leon Collier has the lead, Charlie Kelly in second. Now, the last round at Amman Valley, Charlie Kelly ambushed Leon Collier on the last lap to take the win. Kelly has a look down the inside. Here he comes. He's having a good look here. He dives up the inside, forces Collier out wide, and he's going to take the lead. Charlie Kelly into the lead. Ashton Vale staying with them. It'd be a great story if he could get past them here. Dyer 4th ahead of Boardman 5th. Lizzie Banks in 6th. And look at Ashton Vale on the red machine there, 221. He's really keeping pace here with Leon Collier. If he can get past Collier, then that will certainly hand honours to Charlie Kelly. Collier needs to get back ahead of Charlie Kelly here to stand chance of winning this round. Remember, it's 30 points for a win, 24 for second. So Leon Collier needs to do the job. He needs to get back ahead of Charlie Kelly. He's got to be mindful that Vale is there as well behind him in the red. Number 221. They're well clear of Erin Dyer in 4th. The battle for 5th between Boardman and Banks. Boardman's got ahead there. Charlie Kelly has pulled away slightly now. Into the last lap we go. Looks like it is going to be a 3rd round win of the year for Charlie Kelly. He was beaten by Ted Wilkinson in round 1. Well, Leon Collier's not going to catch him now. The battle is still on for 5th between Banks and Boardman, but it's going to be a win and the round for number 11. Charlie Kelly does it again. 3 round victories in a row. Collier 2nd, Vale 3rd, Fourth is going to go to Erin Dyer on the 73. And who's going to be fifth? Lizzie Banks is having a go on the final turn. They're going to finish side by side, and Boyd Boardman has just held it. Well, Leon Collier got the start he wanted, but he couldn't hold off Charlie Kelly. Okay, they make their way to the Indian motorcycle presentation area. The photographers in position. They're pretty tired, these three riders. With the vintage category up next. Okay, taking third place, and what a first appearance for 221 Ashton Vale. Second place, 91 Leon Collier. It's another round win for number 11 Charlie Kelly. Well done to our top three. Now we move on to the vintage category. Sean Kelly with a maximum 45 points, the top qualifier. Second was Simon Bird. 585 Danny Williams, the third highest qualifier. 129 William Smith was next. They complete the front row, all in the two-stroke category. 69 Nick Doncaster, fifth qualifier. He's two-stroke as well. Top four-stroke was 140 David Webb. Sixth qualifier on 28 points. Rick Bearcroft, number 39, is next. He's a four-stroke. 143 James Smith is back out. You know how quick he is from the start. He's already taken the Thunderbike win. Then we've got 404 Ben Eddings, 99 Peter Wilkinson, John Harrison, number 72. And number 80 Mike Fisher completes the 12 qualifiers. Danny Williams on the inside on the Bull Taco. Next to him, Sean Kelly. He starts as the favourite. Can he make it 4 wins out of 4? Wait to see who's going to win the four-stroke category as well. David Webb and Rick Bearcroft, their leading qualifiers. Here we go then. Vintage final gets underway, and a flying start by Simon Bird on the 555, and down goes Nick Doncaster. What happened there? Barely even got moving. He clashed with somebody. Your leader is Simon Bird ahead of Danny Williams. Sean Kelly didn't make the best of starts. He's down to third. Nick Doncaster is just going to get out of the way in time. Yellow flags are out on turn 4. It's Bird that leads. Williams second. Kelly third. William Smith is fourth. David Webb is the leading four-stroke bike in fifth position. James Smith in sixth behind him. He's a four-stroke as well. It's treble 5 of Simon Bird leads. Now here comes Sean Kelly. He didn't make a great start. He's attacking 585 of Sean Kelly for second place. Hope Nick Doncaster's okay there. Looks winded after that fall. William Smith still fourth. Fifth is David Webb, but he's on for maximum points in the four-stroke class. As Sean Kelly up the inside, he gets past Danny Williams. Is he going to have time to catch Simon Bird on the 555? He's been second in the last 2 rounds for the two-stroke class. Can he take a final win here? It won't take him ahead of Sean Kelly in the points, because Kelly's won the previous 3A finals. Danny Williams will leap up the charts in third place. David Webb, with Carl Swatteridge having not qualified, is going to take the lead of the four-stroke points. Simon Bird on the Yamaha into the last lap. David Webb having a go at William Smith, the fourth overall. He doesn't need to pass him, they're in different subclasses. Checkered flag at the ready. Well, Sean Kelly is going to have to settle for second this time after a maximum in the heats, because Simon Bird comes through to take the win. Kelly second, Williams third, and David Webb gets through for fourth and wins the four-stroke division. William Smith is fifth, sixth is James Smith. Seventh place, it was Mike Fisher. I think he just got seventh ahead of Rick Bearcroft on the line there. Then it's Ben Eddings, John Harrison and Peter Wilkinson. Who was third four-stroke? David Webb won it. Rick Bearcroft second. Rick Bearcroft was second four-stroke, I think. Yeah, it was. Yeah, 143 is a four-stroke. My apologies. Okay, the presentation for the top three overall and the two-stroke category first of all. In third place, 585, the man we call Dennis the Menace, Danny Williams. Second place, number 33, Sean Kelly. That's his first defeat in a final this season because the win goes to treble 5, Simon Bird. Bird is the word here at the Adrian Flux Arena. We'll have the four-stroke presentation as well. With Carl Swateridge having not qualified for that final, we will have a new points leader as well. Sean Kelly still on top in the two-stroke class. Simon Bird closing the gap with that win. Taking third place then in the four-stroke class, number 39, Rick Bearcroft. Get that flag out of his face. Well done, Rick. Second place, number 143, James Smith. And your winner and new points leader, 140, David Webb. Well done to the vintage category. Now it's on to the youth intermediate class. And a maximum score for Wyatt Hopkins. Sees him as top qualifier. He's going to start in the middle. Second highest qualifier, 36, Maddie Banks with 36 points. And Wilbur Skip with 30. He goes off the outside. Now Wyatt Hopkins, I think, only has to finish this race to ensure himself of another round victory and increase his points lead over Wilbur Skip. There's 4 points between them in the standings. Maddie Banks a further 6 points back. Just waiting for the track to be clear down there at turn 1. Here we go then, and a great start by Wyatt Hopkins. All set for another round victory. Maddie Banks again up into second place. Wilbur Skip on an unfamiliar machine today. That's held him back slightly. He's had a couple of falls. Maddie Banks will close the gap on him in the point standings as well. It's Wyatt Hopkins set to extend his points lead out front here on the number 100. They make their way down the back straight, this trio of youth intermediate riders. Maddie Banks keeping Wyatt Hopkins honest here. This is the best we've seen Maddie Banks run so far this season. Chasing through turns 1 and 2. Only a couple of bike lengths in it. There's only a few bike lengths back to Wilbur Skip in third. He's going to have a go for the outside here. This is better from Wilbur Skip. He had a quiet time in the heats. It's Wyatt Hopkins out front. If he stays out front, he will win the round with a maximum score. Now here comes Skip again up on the outside. This is exactly as we saw in Heat 3. Every time they come off the turn, Wilbur Skip goes for the outside. Maddie Banks moves to cover it. This time he might have got her though. No, again, Maddie gets the power on and holds that second place. Tries again up the outside. Has he got the overlap this time? No, again Maddie holds him off. Good defensive riding by Maddie Banks. Has he got it? Has he got her this time? Yes, he's done it. Finally makes the outside line work, but no. Maddie cuts back in front again as they go into the final lap. Great race between these two. Maddie pulls ahead again. Meanwhile, it's going to be a win. And a second overall success, I should say, this year for Wyatt Hopkins. Banks get there for second and Skip third. Wyatt Hopkins wins the round then with a maximum score. 2 wins and 2 seconds in finals for him in overall classification, I should say, for him so far this year. It is the cumulative points total that decides where the championship points go in youth classes. Wyatt Hopkins extends his championship lead. We'll pull them into the presentation tent then, in front of the Indian motorcycle.co.uk presentation area. And taking third place, riding the number 64 bike today, was number 78, Wilbur Skip. Well done, Wilbur, third place, despite riding an unfamiliar machine today. Second place, a great effort, some good defensive riding by 36, Maddie Banks. And your winner and championship leader, Wyatt Hopkins. Okay, next up it is the Youth Junior Final. It's not been the best of days for Oscar Osborne-Wilkes today, it has to be said. Is he going to be defeated overall for the first time this year? It's looking likely, unfortunately, for Oscar. He's only qualified 5th highest. Toby Johnson is your top qualifier with 40 points. Bo Vernon on 30. Marcy Skip, a great effort, on 29. And Poppy Vernon on 26. There on the front row. Oscar Osborne-Wilkes will start on the second row. Then Lincoln Forte is your next qualifier on 20. Jack Johnson on 19. Jesse Cooling 15. Jaden Lewis 13. Colby Forte 12. Lola Richardson on 9 and Harry Banks on 7. Looks like we're missing 1 or 2 here. We don't seem to have Colby Forte. We don't have Lola Richardson. We don't have Harry Banks. Somebody else missing down there as well, but Oscar Osborne-Wilkes in the second row. Away they go. Jack Johnson hasn't got away. It's Toby Johnson that leads them off. As the top qualifier, if he stays out in front, he will win the round. Jack Johnson gets going. It's Marcy Skip up into second place. She was third highest qualifier, a point behind Bo Vernon. Here comes Poppy Vernon. 40 of Colby Forte there on the Lincoln Forte there on the outside. And we have a faller. Is that Bo Vernon again? Yep, he's gone down again. This time on the other end of the circuit. That's 3 today. Poor old Bo. There goes 161 Toby Johnson with the lead. Marcy Skip in second. Up to third is Lincoln Forte now. It's Poppy Vernon in fourth. Oscar Osborne-Wilkes is down in fifth, so his unbeaten run of round wins is going to end here. The official is checking on Bo Vernon. He's up on his feet, I think. Toby Johnson from Marcy Skip. Poppy Vernon could get an overall top 3 here. Certainly some unusual results today. We've had a fair share of fallers in the youth categories. Toby Johnson is heading for victory. It looks like Bo Vernon's all right. It's good to see. It's Lincoln Forte up to second on 140. Marcy Skip has dropped down to 4th now, so could she lose a top 3 place? Bo Vernon's got going again, but a couple of laps down. Fair play to him. Marcy Skip is there, in fact in 3rd, not 4th. Poppy Vernon challenging her. Then it's Oscar Osborne-Wilkes. It's going to be a moment before we work the points out here, but it's going to be a win for Toby Johnson. That means he wins the round. We'll have to wait to work out who was 2nd and 3rd, because Lincoln Forte comes over in 2nd in the race. Marcy Skip just 3rd ahead of Poppy Vernon. 5th is Oscar Osborne-Wilkes. 6th is going to be Jaden Lewis. Jack Johnson will be 7th. And the other finisher, a couple of laps down, Bo Vernon. And Bo, I don't think, did enough laps to be classified there, unfortunately, so no points for Bo in that race, sadly. It's had such a tough day. Well, we'll confirm the top 3 in a moment, but with that victory, Toby Johnson wins the round. That's the first round win for him this year. Oscar Osborne-Wilkes' run of victories has come to an end. Okay, the top 3 are going to be pulled forward for the presentation in a moment. Okay, they're making their way to the presentation area now. After a number of falls and other incidents today, it's going to be a slightly unorthodox classification, which could open up the championship. It's waiting for all 3 of them to make their way forward here. Why is 79 not coming? Okay, we have our top 3 down there then, ready for the presentation. And in 3rd place, well done to 140. Congratulations to Lincoln Forte. Brilliant stuff from Lincoln. In 2nd place, I don't think she quite believed she's finished 2nd there, number 79, Marcy Skip. And your winner, number 161, Toby Johnson. And I think it took a moment to get them into the presentation area there, because I don't think Marcy Skip and Lincoln Forte could quite believe they finished on the podium there. But well done to them.
Out they come then for the next final. This is the intermediates final. Over 8 laps. Freddie Trotz Jr., the top qualifier, on 34 points. 1 point ahead of Chris Northover on 33. George Sturgis has 30. Mike Goodfellow 27. Stephen Gernhill is on 26. Fergus Bluff 24. And Simon Bird also on 24. He's already won his vintage division. Tom Busfield has qualified on 19. Joe Brindley 18. Chris Brock on 17. Aaron Vale 15 and Pete Marshall 15. We may be missing 1 or 2 of them. George Sturgis, your points leader, 4 ahead of Chris Northover. Freddie Trotz, poor round at Amman Valley, only 6 points, he's down to 3rd. There's only 10 points covering the top 4, the 4th being Trevor Heath, who's not here today. Goodfellow has taken the inside next to Northover, then Trotz off 3. George Sturgis off the outside. The second row will be Stephen Gernhill. Simon Bird's there, Busfield. Bluff will be one to watch, he won at Amman. Joe Brindley and Chris Brock complete the field. We haven't got Aaron Vale or Pete Marshall. I think they had bike problems in the latter heats. Here we go then, 10 bikes out there, 8 laps for the Inters. We're underway, not messy starts by Chris Northover. Good start by Mike Goodfellow and a great start by George Sturgis around the outside. He'll try and take up the lead in the yellow shirt there, he's done so. It's Goodfellow in 2nd, Trott is in 3rd place. Chris Northover settled into 4th, he missed out from the start. Fergus Bluff trying to come from the inside, but by the Simon Bird. And he make it 2 round wins in a row. Fergus Bluff, he's had a relatively quiet day. And away goes George Sturgis. He'll extend his points lead if he can win this. Mike Goodfellow is 6th in the points. Freddie Trott Jr. wants to try and take his points lead back. He won the round at Greenfield earlier in the season. Northover is 4th. He's 2nd in the points. Had a pair of 3rd places this year. He's 4th at the moment. On for a 12. 20 points to the winner. At the moment, those 20 points are going the way of George Sturgis. If he wins the intermediate title this year, he'll go up to the Pro Division in 2022. Much better ride by Mike Goodfellow up there in 2nd, and he's having a look for the lead around the outside. This is great from Goodfellow. He had a relatively quiet run in the heats. More consistent than out-and-out speed. He's going for the lead here. Got to be mindful that Trott is there behind him and Northover. They've pulled clear of Simon Bird, who's still 5th ahead of Fergus Bluff. Then it's Stephen Gernhill. Looks like Brock is next, then Busfield, and finally Brindley. 4 of them line astern for the lead. Sturgis under pressure from Goodfellow, who goes for the outside on turn 2. He's trying to get up alongside there. Sturgis defending. Trott still looking on for 3rd place. Goodfellow tries to go the long way round. Sturgis makes a very slight mistake on turn 4. They're side by side now. Now Goodfellow really on the attack. Sturgis is going to run him wide. Trott's going to go underneath both of them. Look at Freddie Trott at the inside. He's done it. Oh, an opportunist move there by Freddie Trott as Sturgis tried to move Goodfellow wide. I don't think he realised Trott was so close. And Trott has got the lead now. 3 wide almost a second. Northover's having a bit of this as well as they go into the final lap. Goodfellow's got 2nd on the outside. Here comes Northover. These two battling with the points lead in 3rd and 4th. But Freddie Trott's going to move up as well. He's going to be really close to the points after this one because it's going to be a win for Freddie Trott Jr. 2 class wins for him today. Goodfellow 2nd, Sturgis 3rd, shakes his head as he crosses the line. Northover 4th, Bird is 5th, Bluff 6th, Gernhill 7th, Brock 8th, Busfield 9th, Brindley 10th. Great race there between the top 4. 2 final wins today for Freddie Trott Jr.
the top three down there. Third place going to George Sturgis, second Mike Goodfellow, and your winner 253, Freddie Trott Jr. And by my calculation, that means that Trott and Sturgis are joint leaders of the championship. They're both on 46 from my quick calculation there. And Freddie Trott, 2 finals for him today. Great effort by Mike Goodfellow for second. Sturgis takes third. We move on to the Hooligans final. Their top qualifier, Jack Bell, with a maximum 45 points. He's on the front row. Second qualifier was George Pickering. A total of third. Fourth, Jake Young. Fifth, Austin Herman. Sixth, Chris Northover. Jake Young has the points lead after the opening round, ahead of George Pickering and Jack Bell. Bell starting as the favourite, going for 4 wins out of 4 in the hooligan category, sponsored by Indian Motorcycles. Revs are up, ready for a start. Following start there for George Pickering. He takes the lead into the first turn, and how long's that going to last? Because here comes Jack Bell around the outside. Here he goes. Bell into the lead down the back straights. Pickering second. It's Jake Young in third place. Leah Toklov is fourth as they complete the first lap. It's Jack Bell with the lead. Superb around the first and second bend there on the outside. George Pickering has second place. And to put him on to 32 points. Jack Bell would be on 34. Jake Young in third place. He'd be on 34 as well. So if things stay as they are, Jack Bell and Jake Young will be joint leaders of the Hooligan Championship. I hope so. Mental arithmetic is not always my strong point. Chris Northover back in fifth. Big change of bike for him from the intermediate final. That is Austin Herman. Just listen to these beautiful big bikes around the Adrian Flux Arena. Why can't every motorbike sound like that? Brilliant stuff. Jack Bell, dominant out in front. He'll be limbering up for the pro final as well. Can he take the fight to Rob Beer and Toby Hales? George Pickering in second. The Toklov has dropped back into fourth place behind Jake Young. Looks like it's going to be Jake and Jack Bell jointly leading the championship after this one. A couple of laps to go. Chris Northover trying to catch the Toklov. Austin Herman at the back. George Pickering, I think he's going to hang on for second, or is he? Jake Young is closing. Jake Young gets ahead of George Pickering on the last lap. Keep his lead in the championship. Jack Bell will go into second. He's closing on him there through turns 1 and 2. Jack Bell is going to make it a maximum 4 wins out of 4. Here he comes round the final turn. Jack Bell wins the hooligan final. Who's going to be second? It is George Pickering. Jake Young is third. We have joint championship leaders. Leah Toklov will take fourth. Fifth is Chris Northover. Austin Herman will be the final finisher. Main event, the Pro National Class Final. Mixture of Pro and Inter riders coming next. First of all, our top 3 are down there for the Hooligan Final presentation, sponsored by Indian Motorcycles. And taking third place, number 704, Jake Young. So Jake Young takes third place, 704. Said it once, he was too busy nattering. Second place, number 38, George Pickering. And your winner with a maximum 93, Jack Bell. Congratulations to our hooligans. I thought they were very well behaved myself. And now it's time for our main event. 15 laps for the Dirt Track Riders Association UK Flat Track Nationals Round 4 Pro and Intermediate Final. 15 laps, 12 riders. The qualifiers line up as follows. Top qualifier with a maximum 45 points is Rob Meir. Second behind him with 42, Toby Hales. Third qualifier, 75, Paul Young with 38 points. Jack Bell has 37. Number 93, the fourth qualifier. 253, Freddie Trott Jr. is the highest of the intermediate qualifiers. He's on 34. Chris Northover scored 33. 19, Jordan Miller is next. He scored 32. Gareth Williamson, 30. George Sturgis, 30. Mark Richardson, 27. Mike Goodfellow, 27. And Stephen Gurnhill, 26. Those are your qualifiers. Well, with no Gary Birtwistle, we will have a new championship leader in the Pro Division after this. Will it be Toby Hales? He's on 36. He's the joint leader with Birtwistle. Jack Bell has 22. Jordan Miller, 20. Angus Goff, 18. He's not here. Paul Young is down further in 7th place on 16. Rob Meir has 14 points in the championship. Only one appearance so far this year. Rob Meir has chosen gate 2 on the front row, grid 2. Toby Hales, grid 3. Paul Young is going to go off the inside of the front row. And Jack Bell off the outside. The winner of this race likely to be one of those four. Paul Young has been the quiet achiever really today. Second row, Freddie Trott Jr. off the outside, the intermediate rider. Chris Northover alongside him on grid 7. Now you can't line up there, Jordan Miller, I'm afraid. It's too far outside. Gareth Williamson is on grid 6. Jordan Miller's going to go to the inside. And on the third row we have got George Sturgis, Mark Richardson, Mike Goodfellow. Looks like no Stephen Gurnhill, unfortunately. He's a non-starter. Here we go then. Time for the main events. The Adults Pro and Intermediates National Final over 15 laps. A long and pretty arduous race, this one. I would say Hales, Bell and Meir will be the favourites here. Anything can happen in the next 15 laps. Marshall making sure they stay still. Here we go. Watch for the green lights. Let's rock and roll. Super start by Rob Meir. Great start by Jack Bell on the outside. Toby Hales, not the best of getaways. He's down to third. It's Rob Meir who's got the lead as they head into the back straights for the first time. Hales attacks Bell for second place. Up into fourth is Freddie Trott Jr. He's got ahead of Paul Young. Bit of a clash there between Chris Northover and Jordan Miller in the midfield. They complete the first lap with Rob Meir in the lead on the 500. Now he's known for his quick starts, but the other riders tend to reel him in as the race goes on. Are we going to see that hare and hounds style of race take place here? Well, Toby Hales is up in the second ahead of Jack Bell. Here comes Toby Hales, the former pro champion. He won the last round with a last bend lunge on Gary Birtwistle in Wales. Birtwistle won round 2, but he's absent injured. Toby Hales lays it low into turns 3 and 4. He's not making any ground on Rob Meir at the moment. There's a long way to go. Bell third. Freddie Trott Jr., the first intermediate category runner, in 4th place. They'll all score points together in this one. Gareth Williamson is 5th, then Chris Northover, Jordan Miller. Behind him is Mark Richardson. He's had a great day today, charging after Jordan Miller around the outside on the smaller capacity machine, of course. Paul Young has dropped back in 75, that's a surprise. Goodfellow and Sturgis round out the field. It's Rob Meir who leads the way. Toby Hales just waiting for the opportunity to make his move. We've got a faller into turn 3 there. I think that's... Is that Mark Richardson? No, it's not. I think it's Gareth Williamson. Williamson has gone down. So Gareth Williamson is down. Race stopped. Bike in the middle of the track there. So the race stopped in the interests of safety.
Don't bin it. 5 laps on the line, Anthony, please.
5 laps have been completed.
It's 520. Yeah.
147. Okay, they will be lined up for a restart over the remaining distance. 5 laps had been completed, 10 to go. Does that mean single file restart? There's a line out, a single file restart. Okay, it will be a single file restart over the remaining distance.
75, 18, 81, 55.
Right, so our officials down there, the clerk of the course, will call them into line. It'll be a single file restart over 10 laps. Gareth Williamson is okay, he's walking away there, took a tumble going into turn 3. Not been a happy day for Gareth. If you've not seen this before, you can see they don't line up fully single file because that would probably lead to a pile-up. They line up slightly offset in what's called a line-out. So you don't just get line-outs in rugby. Something a little different. Rob Meir with the lead, he's got it all to do again now. We're at 1/3 distance, 10 laps to go. Meir, Hales, Bell, Trotts, Northover is the order. And we've got Jordan Miller, Paul Young, Mark Richardson, Goodfellow and Sturgis. Gareth Williamson out of the race. Okay, a 10-lap rerun of this Pro and International final. Here we go then, the revs begin to rise. Watch the lights. Let's rock and roll once again. Here we go. Rob Meir gets away well. Toby Hale slots into second. Well, there's a collision there, another one down. Oh dear. Collision there. Who's come down, I'm not sure, but he's been run into by Paul Young. I think it might be Freddie Trott that's come down. Yes, it is. And I think Paul Young went into him there. We have a red flag once again. Okay, it's going to be same again over 10 laps. They'll be lined up again. Hopefully Freddie Trott and Paul Young will be able to take their place. 253 fell. Freddie Trott, if he takes the restart, will have to go from the back as he fell and he caused the stoppage. Looks like they're okay up there. It's certainly been an incident-packed day, hasn't it? It's certainly been an incident-packed day, hasn't it? What's going to happen this time then? We put them back in the line-outs. Meir. Hales, Bell, no. Where's he going? Freddie Trott's got to go to the back, so Northover is next. Then it'll be Jordan Miller.
Then Paul Young, Mark Richardson. Then it'll be Goodfellow and Sturgis, of course. Freddie Trott has to start from the back. Okay, the revs begin to rise once again. Is it going to be third time lucky with our big final? Watch for the green. Off they go once again. A great start by Mir. Exactly what I want to say. Look at Jack Bell up the inside of the 93. Can't quite get the overlap on Hales. Chris Northover with a good getaway as well. And here comes Jordan Miller through into fourth place, chased by, that's Mike Goodfellow. He's made a good start. Up into fifth place. Oh, the leaders had a wobble there through turn 4. This is Hales' opportunity. He takes it. He goes through. Mistake there by Rob Mir through turn 4. Now, can he fight back? Jack Bell in third. We've lost Freddie Trott, possibly damage to his machine after that fall. He's out on the centre. Mark Richardson passes Paul Young. It's Hales that leads it. Mir second, Bell third. Gordon Miller up to fourth. Still a few laps to go yet in this Pro and Inter Grand Final. Toby Hales looking to go clear at the top of the Pro category points. Lock up there from Jack Bell. Jordan Miller could get into the top here, and over and down goes Paul Young on turn 4. He's high-sided it there. Well, he's had a good day so far, but this final's turned into a bit of a disaster. He's going to get out of the way just in time. Look out, leaders. Yes, he's out of the way. Hales, Mir, Bell. Then it's Miller. Northover is next. Then behind it's Richardson, Goodfellow, and George Sturgis. I think Sturgis says he's slowing up there. Another one out of it. Here come your leaders. Rob Mear's gone wide. Here comes Jack Bell on the inside. Bell up in the second place. What a fantastic day Jack Bell has had. Side by side with the Mir cats. Rob Mir, and he's going through. Well, it's followed the usual pattern. Rob Mir clearing off in front, then the rest catching him up. It's the other way round in the heats. He hasn't been making the gates today. Toby Hales, winner at Amman Valley, just ahead of Gary Birtwistle. Out in front once again, but look at the way Jack Bell is going. He's catching Hales, looking for his first Pro category win. He's third in the points. Through consistency more than anything. But could Jack Bell can win this? Can he catch the great Toby Hales out front? Down the back straights. Through turns 3 and 4, Hales straightens up a little on turn 4. Jack Bell is pressuring him, a couple of laps to go. We're in for a grandstand finish here at the Adrian Flux Arena. Mir looking on in third, Miller is fourth, Northover fifth, but it's all about these two at the front. The last lap flag is about to go out. This is the signal for Jack Bell to throw everything he's got at Toby Hales. He gets the tighter line off turn 4, 1 lap to go. Can Toby Hales hang on? Here comes young Jack Bell. It's only a couple of years he was in the youth classes. Here he comes then. Down the back straight, it's all or nothing on the final turn for Jack Bell. Can Toby Hales hang on? I think he's just about done enough. Here they come towards the line. It's going to be Toby Hales takes the final. Second for Jack Bell, Mir third. Fourth is Miller, Northover fifth. Sixth is Mark Richardson, great effort by him. Seventh is Mike Goodfellow, and they are the only finishers. Congratulations, Toby Hales. 2 round wins in a row, and he goes clear at the top of the DTRA Flat Track Nationals Pro standings. Takes the checkered flag literally and heads round on his lap of honour. What an effort by Jack Bell, though. He's only a youngster. His best ever finish in second place. And that'll move him into second in the Pro points as well, behind Toby Hales, today's winner. Rob Mir will move up the charts as well. And the presentation will take place down there. Toby Hales,
Presentation taking place down there then for our pro category. Third place, number 500, Rob Meir. Second for number 93, Jack Bell. And winner, number 20, Toby Hales, who will go clear at the top of the pro standings as a result, with Gary Birtwistle sadly out injured today. Get well soon to Gary. But Toby Hales coming through for a pretty dominant victory in that incident-packed pro class final, taking the win by a few tenths of a second ahead of Jack Bell. Jordan Miller taking fourth. A good result for Chris Northover in fifth place. Mark Richardson on the 250, and Mike Goodfellow, the only other finishers in that one. We lost George Sturgis, Paul Young and Freddie Trotz Jr. Great shame for Paul Young, who has ridden very well indeed in the heats today. But Toby Hales looking good for another title in the pro category of DTRA flat track in 2021, with a couple of rounds to go at Peterborough and Greenfield. He leads the way in the point standings by a handsome margin over Jack Bell. Gary Birtwistle falling back into third place, then Jordan Miller and Rob Meir. Hopefully we'll see Angus Goff back out as well after a good showing in Wales. Sadly a fall in the final, putting him out, and he wasn't able to ride here today. Toby Hales on top then. Well done to all the other riders here at the Adrian Flux Arena in Kings Lynn across all our classes here at round 4 of the 2021 DTRA Indian Motorcycle UK Flat Track Nationals.